Oh, there we go. Now we're live. Hi, everybody. I'm Turk the Red Panda. So, if you can give me a minute to try this stuff again, I am just getting out of my YouTube studio, going back into the live studio. This is a live studio audience. Alright, so we are checking that out. Okay. Hopefully I can see the chat again now. Not having as many issues this time around. And now the bar is not red anymore, it is orange. Oh, it's green as I say that. Wow. YouTube being so nice to me and giving me another notification. How sweet of you. First again, Jason for 2. Blah, blah. Jason 2 for 2. Can I just delete that one? Yeah. Okay. Okay, the chat is, there we go. And Tiger and Pepsi are here too. Hey, Dirk. Hey, Tiger and Pepsi. I'm assuming it's two people who own this account. So I have to say hi to both. Just go quickly manage something first again, just to see that things do not get tweaked. We'll go live in like a minute. Or, well, I am live, but I mean, well... Oh, I can leave that screen. Okay. I wasn't sure if I couldn't. Cool. But... yeah. Alright, cool. This is the correct window. Alright, so we'll go live officially. I'll show my face in under a minute. So the 3-minute mark. We will start. I say that so I can properly set it up. Yeah. It's okay if you can't stay. This is supposed to be a very late stream. I kind of napped a bit earlier because it was just so hot out and I went exercising and just kind of crashed. So, at the 3-minute mark. Oh, 3-minute mark is now. Usually I don't know for the next 20 seconds if my thing went live. Like that. Hey everybody, I'm Dirk the Red Panda, and this is Minotaur Hotel. So, we are back with it again. None of the routine novels I play have been updated, and I'm trying not to load on too much, especially at the end of my quarter and final quarter of college. Maybe I'll do something once I'm out of school, but yeah, I'm just kind of taking things a bit more lightly for now, even though I play like 5 to 7 novels in total. It's like, yeah, how light is that really? But, yep. Down to 1 window, and yeah, so we're gonna continue with Minotaur Hotel. I am trying to just catch up with the current update, whatever that may be. I think there's 15 chapters, give or take, and we're on chapter 8. So, once again, I think, because I remember we got through chapter 7, we got through introductions to Coda and Luke, but now they're just getting here and we're figuring out what kind of chaos they will ensue on us. One character more so than the other, and I'm sure you can guess. Oh, sweet, you're early. Cool, Amaral. Nicolo says, if I didn't know that this is a gameplay, I would have thought that this was almost ASMR. Yeah. Nah, sometimes I tend to go into the ASMR voice sounding this when I'm setting up and just kind of figuring it all out, so yeah. I've already caught up to the end of the current update. Okay, that's cool. I forget which version this is. 4.1. 0.4.1, sorry. Yeah, so if it's updated since then, I may have to download again, but for now, I'm just kind of here. So, today is interesting. I went out, it was really hot today. I wonder what the high was, because it was like the maximum heat when I went out, and I thought, oh, I could totally wear sweatpants and it won't be that bad out. Even the music knows that was a terrible idea. I decided to go out to the tennis courts nearby my campus and just try serving, so I could become the tennis ace. I did not become the tennis ace, but I did learn kinda how to serve. I mean, I started realizing, hey, I should know how to serve because I play volleyball. So, I mean, it's not like a perfect one-to-one getting those two together, but it was like, you know, it helped once I started realizing. Are you serious? It was only 69 max today? Ugh, I have to look back at the previous hours. Oh, come on, that's nuts. It's been like so hot here, even when it's only in the high 60s. It's nuts. So, yeah, give or take with that. I have 3 messages and all of them are probably alerts for me trying to stream. Yeah, sweatpants are when you are proud of what you got. I'd never thought of it like that. But yep, own the sweatpants. Sweatpants are comfy. Plus, I didn't think I was going to be out that long. Oh, let me say that again. I didn't think I was going to be out that long or really trying that hard. And then I did. And I was out there for like an hour and a half. Managed to get a smoothie on the way home, which was nice. But after that, I kind of just chilled, watched a little more volleyball, and thought, okay, I'm finally going to write the dang scene I've been preparing for Ocean Avenue for like a while now. And I just wrote a few more lines to set up opening the door and coming in. And then I got tired. And then I turned off the volleyball thing that I was watching at the same time. And yeah, turned out I took another 2-hour nap. I don't know why my body just likes taking 7 p.m. not 7 p.m. fiestas, 7 p.m. siestas. I think that's a Portuguese or Spanish phrase for like, you know, kind of that 6th hour sleep thing. Like, yeah, not sure how exactly they do that nowadays with work, but yeah, I kind of have been adapting that as of late, and it's kind of been helping. It's kind of nice to have, but at the same time, I'm staying up a little later, which I'm more comfortable with, but I'm probably gonna have to figure out how that will work once I get home, because my family's on different schedules. My brother's closer to me on schedule, because he has a late night job now. My parents, though, are, you know, more morning people. So, yeah, we're complete opposites. Anyway, let me mute my phone. Should be muted. And we'll start in a minute. The magic 10-minute mark. Everything will start. Oh, no. I am lagging. Oh. Oh, boy. Oh, be careful when making choices. Good to know. Oh, the lag is real now. Ah! X out of that. Breathing starts. Do you ever know what you're gonna do until the second you open up the keyboard and are about to type it? I literally will do that every single time I start, like, the reading starts section. Like, I'll just be like, oh, we're starting now. What am I starting? And just completely blank out. I don't know why. I made a mistake. Leave him in a new outfit and we'll see a specific scene. I think I may know what you're talking about a little bit. At least according to maybe some thumbnails I've seen from Lide's read-through of it. So, Anyway, we're gonna start up just about now. Alright, let's start. Here we go. Let us continue. We are in Chapter 8. I got it! Here we go. Chapter 8. Tech. And goodbye, Jason. Have a good night. Or morning, wherever it is for you. Let's get started. Here we go. After Asterion served you breakfast, you decide to stay in your quarters for the morning. Things that were alien to you are now beginning to become familiar. The hotel that bends to your will, the Minotaur sworn to serve you, treacherous snake monsters, and the Japanese dragon that is now running a high-end restaurant under your roof. I would love to see a dragon run a high-end restaurant under my roof, but all I got is Shin. That would look really good if I actually made this into an edit, I swear. You are slowly getting used to both your new circumstances and this new routine. Waking up, how overrated. Having breakfast with Asterion, inspecting the rooms, seeing the small changes in the hotel's condition and layout every day, having a drink and talk at the end of the day. We drink water on this channel. And other drinks from time to time. You once again look out the window in the master's quarters. Considering your phone is pretty much dead at this point, and collecting your thoughts gets a little dull after a while, you find yourself doing this frequently when Asterion isn't in the room with you. With new guests coming in, dull moments like this are going to become less frequent. But, for now, you can enjoy this moment of meditation and the warmth of your efforts bearing fruit. Something catches your attention. Something in the distance. You squint and focus your eyes on the small red spot that must be several miles away. The shimmer produced by the heat on the road makes it very difficult to make out any details. One thing's for sure. It's headed this way. Maybe it's a guest. You haven't seen any activity on this road since you first came, other than Coda walking over here. At least this time it seems like the guy is driving a car. The car approaches the hotel. It swerves into the parking lot, making a loud screeching noise you can hear from your room. Whoever this guy is, he's either a terrible driver, a bad show-off, or driving under the influence. You see him step out and waltz into the main entrance. Whoever this guy is, he's piqued your curiosity. You rise to your feet, stretch your legs, and head out the door. So many stairs! As you walk out of the master's quarters, the lights blink and you hear the familiar sound of the walls of the hotel closing behind you to conceal your room. You are about to walk down to the lobby when you see something one floor below you. It's Coda. It seems like he just left his room and is about to head downstairs as well. However, his clothes are different from the yukata he was wearing yesterday. Ooh, Coda being fancy. Today, Coda is wearing a formal, but definitely more Western outfit. He's dressed like an elegant barman. He looks very elegant indeed. Good morning, Dirk. Good to see you again. Oh, I see you're taking this restaurant thing seriously. I forgot to turn on my lighting. No wonder I looked so garbo earlier. Oh, you know what they say. Dress for the job you want. Oh, I guess so. Again, thank you very much for your hospitality. I don't want to be a burden to anyone, so I'll gladly take over any duty I can as a gesture of goodwill. Kota bows in your direction. Oh, I was on my way to the lounge, in fact. Or perhaps I should say the restaurant. To see if everything is in order if we get any new guests. May I know where you're headed? I was only on my way to the lobby. Ah, great then. We can go together. You and Kota both walk down the stairs, headed in the same direction. Uh-oh. Should I have changed his clothes? Somebody said I should keep him in his old clothes. But I haven't got the chance to change him yet. Will I get the chance to change him? Uh-oh. Here we go. I hope that you have an enjoyable stay with us. Oh shit, it's Luke. I'd forgot if Luke had made it yet. Oh boy, you and Kota make it all the way to reception. Standing there is Asterion, what seems to be a bald eagle griffin dressed very informally. The griffin eyes Kota up and down, and is licking his beak in anticipation. Oh boy, he's the one that wants to get all the D. Some deep, instinctual part of you sees the look on the new guest's face, catches on what's about to happen, and screams at you to intervene. Bad touch! But, like watching a train crash in slow motion, all you can do is stand there as the griffin perks up and grins. Well, well, what do we have here? Not one, not two, but 3 hot guys all alone in a giant hotel in the middle of nowhere. I must have died and gone to heaven. The griffin's gaze slides like a groping hand up and down your body, then flicks its way to focus on Kota. For a moment, you aren't sure whether to feel a bit relieved that he isn't undressing you with his eyes anymore, or just a little bit insulted at being dismissed without a second thought. The name's Luke. Just got here after a long, hard, lonely drive. And you are? A mighty fine piece of man. What do you say you help me with my bags, and when we get to my room, I help you with your bag? I beg your pardon? The sound of Asterion hooves clopping on the floor as he rushes over draws Luke's attention back to the Minotaur. Kota seems grateful for the distraction and shifts over to your other side, away from the new guest. Mr. Walker, please allow me to introduce Mr. Kota, the proprietor of the hotel lounge. And of course, the master and owner of our establishment, Master Dirk. I'm a master. Master? Huh. He looks from you to Asterion, and back again with a widening smirk. His tail quivers behind as if electrified. Kinky. I approve. And I also ain't got... fucking American speech. And I also ain't one to barge into whatever you and Angus here have going on. Unless you're open, of course. In which case... you can do anything you want with me, too, Master. Oh, why does Luke give such bottom energy vibes? When can we ever have a character that is very sexual but being a top? I don't think I've ever read a novel, maybe other than Tennis Ace, where the top is ever this forthcoming. Anyway, That's not... Okay, it's not like that. Luke either doesn't hear you or is ignoring you. His focus has shifted back to flirting with Kota. The dragon tries to keep up a polite smile in the face of the griffin's enthusiasm, but you can see how much and how strained the expression is by the way his brow and the corners of his lips twitch. And you're the you're the guy in charge of the lounge, huh? Nice. Been needing a piece to put my feet up for a spell something fierce. I don't get the sentence? Whatever, we're moving on. Americans not making sense, am I right? And if I get to get served by an absolute snack like you, all the better. So, where's the lounge at? What kind of drinks you got? And most importantly, are you single? Well? Kota glances over, his eyes begging for you or Asterion to rescue him from Luke's lascivious interest. Oh boy, SAT words coming out here. I think it's lascivious. Oh god! Luke! Stop being so forthcoming! After a long, uncomfortable moment, the griffin bursts out into shrieking laughter and claps Kota on the back. Shrieking laughter as in shrieks in bald eagle, which I could not do. Hey, relax, blue boy. I'm just teasing. No sleep. I'm awful sorry. I don't say sorry like them dumb Canadians. I got a tendency to come on strong and end up putting my foot in my mouth. Oh god, please don't be literal. But I can take a hint when a guy ain't interested. Sure. He gives Kota a pat on the shoulder, and then looks over to you and Asterion. That goes for y'all too. If I step over the line, feel free to tell me to shut the fuck up, alright? Shut the fuck up. Trying to get back to my Asterion voice from Luke is so difficult. Luke, shut the fuck up. Okay. As you say, Mr. Walker. Now, shut the fuck up. Hey. Why did I put so much phlegm on that one? Hey, it's fine. You're still welcome to stay as long as you like. Indeed. The dragon gives you another look, begging for you to just yeet him out. You could tell that Kota has something he wants to say. And by the way he's glancing at the griffin, who still has an arm around his shoulders in an over-familiar gesture, he wants to say it without Luke overhearing. Hey, Asterion, do you mind showing Luke to his room? Very well, Master Dirk. Nah, you don't need to do that. I can find my own way around. And, I was just joking about that helping me with my bags thing earlier. I've got some stuff in the car, but I can get it myself. 'Cause I'm an American! Nonsense, Mr. Walker. As keeper of the hotel, it's my duty to serve the guests in any capacity that I am able. Come on, Angus. Come on, Angus. You're handing me these jokes on a silver platter. And hell, I ain't one to turn down the help of a beefcake like you. Alright. Let's go, then. The Minotaur and Griffin make their way to the front door of the hotel, Luke sauntering along as Asterion claps behind him. Asterion turns to give you a look right before following Luke out into the hotel courtyard, and you give him an apologetic grimace in return. Silently, you promise to come up with some way to make it up to him. So, what's up? As soon as the front door clicks shut behind the new guest in Asterion, the dragon's polite mask falls off to reveal a frown of contempt. He brushes at the places Luke touched him. This is where he touched me. As though trying to keep something foul from staining his clothing, and then turns to you. If you will allow me to speak my mind, is that truly the kind of clientele you want to allow to the hotel? What do you mean? Kota gestures to the front doors as the source of his ire should be obvious. That sort of rude, shameless, utterly disrespectful person. I shudder to think of him putting on that sort of display around any other guest that may come in. It would drive anyone with a sense of decency away. Oh, come on. It doesn't seem that bad. One of the dragon's brows arches up high, almost touching the edge of his pulled back mane. Then Kota lets out a long, bone-deep sigh. I've dealt with more than my fair share of clients like that during my bartending days, and yes, Dirk, they are that bad. All they do is poison the atmosphere and ruin the enjoyment of the other guests. Better to turn them away at the door than allow them to make a scene. Or worse. I'm not saying this is an employee, but as a friend who wishes the best for you, Asterion, and the hotel. If you let a disgrace like that hang around, he's only going to cause trouble. Well, gee, Blue Boy, tell us how you really feel. It seems like that Asterion and Luke made their way back inside while you and Kota were talking. And by the scowl on the griffin's face, he overheard pretty much everything the dragon just said. Luke stands there with his arms crossed, looking from Kota to you, and back again as he taps a foot. The neutral mask slips back onto the dragon's face as he turns to give the new guest a low bow. Mr. Walker, I sincerely apologize if you overheard anything that... The abrupt change in the dragon's demeanor only seems to piss Luke off more. He storms over with a squawk of annoyance. I hate that pun so much. Cutting Kota off. No. Don't you go back to say, yes sir, Mr. Walker bullshit. Come on, if you gotta say something, then say it to my face. You wanna talk about a disgrace? How about a guy that'll smile in your face and then go around talking shit behind your back? If you had any kind of respect, you wouldn't pussyfoot around. Respect! The dragon bursts into a loud, sneering laughter, and then draws himself up to meet Luke's glare with one of his own. Very well. If you will allow me to speak my mind. I have absolutely nothing to say to someone like you. Someone like me. Huh. Luke pushes in closer, his beak snapping in anger as he glowers at the dragon. You're a real fucking asshole, you know that? And you, Mr. Walker, are a crude, disgraceful leech. Maybe we should intervene. Oh, hey, lad. Great to see you here. You came just in time to help me intervene with this great argument. As Kota pushes Luke away, the griffin's clawed hands ball into fists at his sides. But before Luke can do something he'll regret, you push yourself in between the two of them. That's enough out of both of you! Kota, we can handle this. Go and start getting the restaurant ready for any other guests that might come today. And Mr. Walker, Luke, you need to calm down. I sincerely apologize that this is the first impression you got of our hotel. You're still welcome to stay. Our mission is to give anyone who needs it a place to stay for a while. And we don't turn anyone away. If you drop the attitude and the Casanova act, Asteria and I would be happy to make all this up to you. Not like that. Fine. I'm sorry to you and Angus for causing trouble. He casts a petulant glare in Coda's direction. Then Luke makes his way back over to Asterion to take the large, worn duffel bag in the Minotaur's arms and sling it over his shoulder. I'll piss off to my room and get out of your hair, alright? The Griffin guest doesn't spare Coda a single glance as he stomps down the hallway towards the guest rooms. Once more the dragon brushes himself off, and then turns to you in Asterion. Do you see what I mean? I'm not shocked, or actually, I'm shocked that you'd allow him to stay after that. Oh boy. I'm just gonna say nothing. I mean, I feel like one of these choices will help us get on our side of Coda, but this is a tough choice. I'm just gonna do I really have to make this decision? Do I really want to suck up to him? Yeah. He's a little much. Okay, just don't let him get under your skin, alright? I must admit, I had my reservations about Mr. Walker as well. However, I do not think he is malicious. He is, much as you say, Master Dirk. He is, much as you say, Master Dirk. But the hotel has had its fair share of eccentrics over the years. On your own head be it when he burns the place down then. The dragon lets out a huff of annoyance, then gives you an Asterion and a shallow bow. I apologize for speaking out of turn. If you will excuse me, I'll go to the restaurant to prepare it for any other guests we may receive. Though, to be frank, I don't want to see a single feather of that man's anywhere near here. Kota turns on his heel and stalks away towards the restaurant, still muttering under his breath. I'll have to put up a no shirt, no shoes, no service sign, lest he take his clothes off and parade around in his underwear. Heavens, can you imagine? For better or worse, it's over. For the time being, at least. A sigh forces its way out of your chest. What a start of your venture in the hospitality industry. One would be forgiven if such a confrontation left them on edge. But for someone like Asterion, after all he's been through, what impact could it have? You turn to him. Asterion. Sorry. I wasn't expecting things to take such a turn for the worst. Are you okay? The Minotaur looks down to the floor. His eyes dart to and fro as 100 ideas skitter around his mind. Air hisses as he inhales through the gritted teeth, and with each exhale his nostrils flare and tremble. You get a brief glimpse into Asterion's eyes before they close. What memories, what emotions are going through his head at this moment? And then his lips tense, but not in the way you expected. At first, you have to strain your hearing to catch it, an occasional tittering here and there, like a harp string sweetly plucked. All at once, the strings snap, and in a burst, Asterian's laughter spreads down the hotel's hallways and all the way down to the valley. He jerks to cover his mouth with a hand, and in doing so, he pushes pens and pencils off the desk. The gesture, however, only serves to highlight the corners of his mouth. Try as he might, they disobey him and raise themselves into a smile. And his single eye, nothing to be left behind, closes in joy. Sorry. He rides out waves, from a stealthy giggle to a back-bending, uproarious bellow. He hunches over to the desk to catch his breath, and even between labored sobs, he keeps on smiling. He looks up at you through bleary eyes, streaked with shining tears. It takes him a dozen tries before he manages to spit out a coherent sentence. Me. I haven't felt that good in 100 years. This is good, my lord. This is what life is made of. I am alive again. Behind you, the door lets out a click no louder than a squeak. You turn around and find yourself facing a couple as they just drop a pair of tall backpacks on the floor. Oh god, it's her. The one with the face that just sees into your soul. I don't know why, her face just... I saw this during Lines reading, and her face just reads into your soul. I just don't know why. The two stop dead in their tracks as they catch sight of the Minotaur behind the counter, heaving in an outburst of hysterical laughter. And in that earth-shattering moment, their minds run wild. Except her. Her mind's just like, what did I just take? A hotel in the middle of the lifeless desert, seemingly abandoned, but housing nonetheless less than a Minotaur. A laughing bullman, in fact, whose boisterous bellow sounds too song-like to impose terror. Staring catches sight of the couple from the corner of his eye, but it does nothing to stop him. And in fact, the presence of an audience only seems to amplify his mirth. It does not last more than a handful of seconds, even if it feels like an eternity. For laughter to overtake fear and apprehension, for it to bridge the gap between the mundane world outside and the haunting hotel. First, the lady approaches, and then the man follows as the pair make their way up to the reception desk. They look at you, then at the Minotaur, then back at you. Excuse me, but what is this place? It's a hotel. Her large, sharp eyes lock onto the incapacitated... Did I read that right? Incapacitated? You would think he'd be unconscious then. His large, sharp eyes lock onto the incapacitated Minotaur as he finally regains a semblance of composure. Yes, but... What's up with him? Asterion is supporting himself against the wall, breathing slow and deep to steady himself as the aftershocks of laughter rock through him. It's a very special day for him. He hasn't had guests in quite a while, and right before you arrived, we had quite a commotion. No, I mean, what is he? Well, he's a furry. He is a fine host. I feel like if we say he's our fine host, Ah, man, I feel like this is the most neutral answer, but I want to also mention he's the hotel's keeper. I think saying the hotel's keeper is more accurate, though. Am I crazy for thinking that? Anyway. Never stop being fabulous. Thank you, the Quiet Potato of Mass Destruction. Is that a potato? Aw. I almost thought your icon was a potato. That would have been really cool. Still cool, whatever you have. I just thought it'd be really funny. Be very fitting. Anyway. Let's just see what our fine host... Oh, frick. What did I do? What happens when I make these decisions? Somebody said these decisions would really be big deal, like, not deal breakers, but big moments. So I need the help of you, the chat, to help me decide where the heck our fate lies. Right now I'm thinking the hotel's keeper, but I guess our fine host may be very nice and help Asterion. Ah yes, my fridge is making the happy noises, as I like to call them. It likes to pop once in a while, and so it doesn't break anything, but for some reason it just makes a popping noise, like every couple hours, and it's just like, what the hell is wrong with it? Hopefully, as long as it doesn't break while I'm still here for 2 more weeks, then we are fine. Yeah, speaking of which, I am moving back in 2 weeks. Not this coming Thursday, but the following Thursday. I'll be moving back home. And yeah, hopefully I can bring both my lamps here and make sure my lighting is good with those. So I can bring them back more permanently this time instead of worrying about the crappy LED lighting right behind me at home. Somebody wants to choose our fine host. I think I chose our fine host, says Lyde. And if Lyde said so, then we gotta trust it. We gotta trust that choice. He's got a lot more subs than me, and also is great. He's also got great videos, so very deservingly. So I didn't mean to say it like, oh, he's better than me, but yeah, he also does Minotaur Hotel and Socially Awkward. Tennis Ace he's catching up on. I'm ahead of him. Sorry, just had to say that. Also doing Password. The Smoke Room, I think. At least I think he's doing Nikolai. What else is he doing? Holy crap, he does a lot of series. A lot more than I do, but then again, I'm still finishing out school and figuring out what I'm going to do for work. But I guess our fine host does seem more uplifting, so I guess we're going to go with the second one then. Our fine host. Small is the gap that keeps mankind away from all sorts of earth-shattering truths. All humans, when given the opportunity to glimpse a secret, can choose to turn back and return whence they came. Forget what was beyond that silver, no wider than a door's breadth. But laughter, that essentially human song, beckons. This is Master Dirk, and my name is Asterion. Here's your room key. Dinner will be served at 7 p.m. It is a pleasure to have you with us, and I hope you enjoy your stay. I'm not sure if the black screen was intentional. I guess it was! Chapter 9, Dinner at the Lounge. Save time! Alright, so... I don't know, I could take a break here. Oh, we got Coda in the background. Oh, it's so adorable. Small Coda in the background is so adorable. I just want to pet him. And yeah, might as well just take a break around 44.5 minutes. Or at least a mini break in a sense. Not sure if I'll make it a full ad break or anything like that. Plus, I just, want to see if there are any more comments. Keeper is more accurate, but Find Host seems more uplifting. I think I read that one already, shoot. Yes, some people do wonder how the first choice would unfold. Huh. I'm curious. And Lyde does confirm he does confirm Nick, but also William from the smoke room. Ah, two awesome boys. I do all four of them, so I do Murdoch, Cliff, Nick, and William. So, yeah. This isn't a game of me pandering to compete against. I'm just saying that we both do different things and both have our own methods of doing it. He does it very, like, clean recording, no commentary in between. So if you want just something very soothing and direct for your reading, Lyde's the way to go. And if you want something with entertainment value, I guess, like comedy in a sense, or just having somebody to chill with and chat with, I guess, when I address the chat. But yeah, if you want a more kind of first-hand playthrough experience of it, that's where I come in. But yeah, let's see what happens. So if we chose the hotel's keeper, small is the gap that keeps the mankind away from all sorts of earth-shattering truths. All humans, when given the opportunity, glimpse a secret and can choose to back from where they came. Same old. But laughter, essentially that human song, beckons. This is Master Dirk, and my name is Asterion. Here's your room key. Dinner will be served at 7 p.m. It is a pleasure to have you with us, and I hope you will enjoy your stay. Okay, so it's the same. Okay, let's just reload. Ah, come on. Aw, Dirk is way more entertaining. Ah, I love your stuff though too. Don't sell yourself short. Ah, we always love a good clean read through. And yeah, honestly, I remember when we were both like newer to this all, and we were just smaller creators. Ah, those were the days when we just were like the milestones of getting like 500 subs, or heck, I don't even remember my 50 sub or 100 sub special. Those were fun. I think I did a special for 500 where I tried. Which one was it? I forget which sub special I did, but I tried to get Basket from Tennis Ace on. Like, I did get him on, but I had technical difficulties the first time I tried, and oh boy, that was hectic. Maybe I might do that again for like, oh, I already passed 3,000, but 3,500? 4,000? Who knows? Maybe 5,000. But, yeah. We're both entertaining in our own ways. Alright, I'm just gonna quickly adjust this. So, also during the break, I just want to address that, what was my train of thought? You know how throughout a couple of my past streams I mentioned, oh, I might want to start something that could be merch related, or like, you know, potentially sell something that I make? Like, I had some sort of craft that I was doing, but I wasn't going to be very specific about it until I felt like I was more ready to share it, or at least more ready to test the waters of interest. Well, Paradise Volleyball Club, I made a shirt of it a couple weeks back at home. I have heat pressing materials and whatnot, and like, I need to get more vinyl, but that's what this stuff is. But yeah, I need to get more of the vinyl stuff. I also do sublimation. Like, I'm trying to get into that kind of like printing type of stuff maybe. And, you know, possibly do it with athletic stuff, like athletic gear. Even maybe just casual stuff like this. And so, Paradise Volleyball Club. I made this shirt. I made one in white also, but I don't have that here with me. It was an extra large, and I just made a couple of sample sizes in case people ever wanted to try them out in person. I also made a volleyball club kind of inspired by this, even though it's not really running at all at the moment because I'm moving and all that stuff, so it's just, yeah. I'm thinking if anybody would be interested in getting like a shirt either in this color, white, or a kind of bright but still dark navy blue, then yeah, let me know. Either here or on Twitter, just, yeah, shout out to that. So, still figuring out whether or not I'll actually have to go through with it all, because, you know, doing business stuff and selling, it would, you know, take a whole process of things and figuring out how much I would charge and, you know, just trying to get my bearings on it all. Make sure I can make enough so I can support this channel through it and, you know, support myself. Do a 3,241 sub special. Oh, what a fun idea that would be. Alright, so let's continue on, shall we? 51 minutes. I yawn. But yeah, once again, this is the design. Trying to spread it as much as I can. I kind of made it a very wide design, so I may have to shrink it a little bit in the future. Yeah, Paradise Volleyball Club. My big advice that I was told before and that I thought about was, okay, don't just make directly like Dirk merchandise where it's just Dirk's face or whatever plastered onto a shirt or something like that. Like, you know, maybe try and go for something more creative that people would wear just outside of, oh, I just want to show this to my favorite YouTuber. So, yeah. I've also just had this kind of creative idea for a while now. And, yeah, just really wanted to kind of get the ball rolling on that. And recently had gotten this stuff, but couldn't bring it up here because it would have been like too much traveling up and down and bringing stuff. And when I move back, it'd be like, I'd be a bit worried about moving it immediately and within 1 month. Anyway, let's get started, shall we? But yes, oh, thanks, Vlad. That would be pretty interesting. I'll have to figure that out. So, 9 guests have settled in by the end of the day. The hitchhiking couple, they had been backpacking through Eastern Europe before being pulled into the hotel, who will stay a day or two before proceeding with their journey. A duo of blue-collar workers from South America, who seem to have stumbled on a roadblock on their road trip and are now waiting a few days for supplies to arrive. A gang of 4 college-aged students from the Middle East, whose car broke down in the middle of nowhere. Being pulled into the hotel spared them for a night shivering in the cold. And Coda, a very proper dragon. Kota's demeanor in the kitchen is as prim and professional as anywhere else. Before he begins, he walks from table to table, introducing himself as their server and giving them a polite half-bow when he departs. At moments like this, the strength of his reliance upon rigid social norms is made clear. He treats the lounge like a restaurant, asking if the guests have food allergies and trying to adjust things accordingly so as to satisfy the greatest number of people with a single meal. The Blue Dragon also feels the need to run his choice by you and Asterion before he gets cooking. It looks like miso soup is what's on the menu. Ah, shoot, I should have bought noodles. Actually, no way, I do have noodles. I have some miso soup packets back in my cabinets over there if we want to have miso soup together. This will turn into a mukbang soon enough. With the grace of a mountain stream, Kota gathers his ingredients and sets to work, focused and precise. He starts on the stock first, placing a few different items in the pot and leaning their flavor leach into the water. You can make out a seaweed of some sort You can make out seaweed of some sort going in first as the water heats up above a medium flame, but is as strained out just before the liquid comes to a boil. Once the broth starts roiling, he adds some kind of flaky material whose nature is harder to discern. But when the scent of fish begins to perfume the air, you feel you've got a good idea what it was. Reducing the heat and removing what remains of the fish flakes, he throws in a couple of key additions. A finely chopped green onion, shredded carrot, and small cubes of tofu. To finish, Kota squeezes a glob of off-white paste into the ladle and mixes it until it's dissolved. The whole process takes about 20 minutes, but the dragon pulls it off with flying colors, quickly summoning a set of lacquer? I think it's lacquer. Lacquer bowls and chopsticks with which to serve the soup. What about the spoon? The big giant spoon you use? You watch them from the table a few meters away from the bar. Tonight's meal is simple. For such a large hotel, it would be deemed underwhelming. But with everyone huddled together like being in a polite family dinner where no relative makes a fool out. But with everyone huddled together, it's like being in a polite family dinner where no relative makes a fool out of himself. Even once the soup is done, and everyone has been served, Kota doesn't seem to be content to relax. No sooner does the last guest take their lacquer bowl than the dragon heads back to the kitchen to make more. When you press him for details, he mentions that the miso soup is often considered a side dish rather than a standalone meal in Japanese cuisine, and is usually served with at least 3 other foods and a bowl of rice. True. It is a good side meal. Unless you put a bunch of noodles in there like I do. I'm so tempted to just make some right now, but I also have leftovers from last night in the fridge that I want to make. I made chicken parm and it was really good. However, most of the other dishes are simple to make and soon join the soup on the table. Brown rice, cucumber salad, grilled mackerel, and fried chicken. Likewise, the rice is the only thing left plain. The salad is garnished with sesame seeds and homemade soy sauce vinaigrette. The mackerel is accompanied by shredded daikon radish, and even the chicken has freshly made tartar sauce drizzled on. Interesting. Kota appears to have made a veritable feast, though as he asserts with a humble bow that this is all he could do with an hour's prep time. You tell him that it's more than enough. The guests seem to be wholeheartedly happy with the spread before them, but things hit a snag once all the food is on the table. Kota can only look on in mounting disapproval as the abhorrent lack of table manners, and his wide smile soon becomes strained in the same manner it did when he and Luke butted heads earlier in the day. More than a few guests struggle with the use of chopsticks, and the dragon is more than happy to give his wayward charges a helping hand, though he does not stop his lessons in the proper etiquette even once they've all grasped the basics. Even Asterion frustrates Kota in this manner, however innocently. The dragon lets out a sigh upon seeing that the Minotaur's hands lack the dexterity to use chopsticks, and continues buzzing about the dining room to lecture the less hopeless cases undeterred. When he comes to Greta's table, Ishmael catches the worst of it for teaching the others wrong. His attempts to imitate Japanese culture are all based on anime that he's seen, and as a result, it backfires spectacularly when faced with the dragon's scrutiny. We got another hoss on our hands.
Sir, please, do not bring the light so close to your face. The bowl is to be held in front of your chest, to catch the light which falls from your mouth. To do so would be most unbecoming. No, not like that. 4 fingers support the underside of the bowl while the thumb rests on your side. Your other hand is for the chopsticks. It is acceptable to slurp your soup, but please do not belch in the other diners' faces.
When the Frenchman reaches for the soy sauce and brings it to his rice, Kota can only point an accusatory hand and whisper, "Don't you dare," before he departs and begins to collect dishes from the speedier eaters. Kota would absolutely attack me for the soy sauce and the rice. I'm fine with the other things, but once I start trying to pour the soy sauce into the rice, oh god, he would kill me. There he is, happy again. Despite the formal atmosphere conveyed by Kota's malicious decoration, the guests speak with hushed excitement. They move the restaurant tables and chairs around to accommodate for larger groups, if necessary, sitting beside whoever they mesh with the best. Laughter skitters around. Whispers and chit-chat hum and drown out the kitchen's noise. They exchange stories of their travels and how they found themselves here in the first place. But every few minutes you hear whispers about the Minotaur, the dragon, and the griffin. Some guests were more apprehensive than the others when they arrived. Seeing a Minotaur as a receptionist was a shock, but Asterion revealed a charisma and levity that captured their curiosity. At a glance, he knew how to best address each guest. Some required reassurance. Others did not think twice before stepping in and asking for a room. At times, he even joked about having his own bullish appearance to break the ice. In turn, the guests' indiscreet glances and hushed whispers didn't even make Asterion flinch. It was as if he did not notice them at all. But now, over dinner, the guests talk amongst themselves. It does not cross their mind how peculiar it is that they all speak the same language in this hotel in the middle of nowhere. Though a number of them approach to offer you a word of thanks, the guests' high spirits are compliment enough. A testament to your hard work in refurbishing the hotel with Asterion. And yet, from just out of sight you hear the clanging of washing dishes. So far, the Minotaur has spent the entire dinner hidden away in the kitchen. You still remember his laughter from the morning. Asterion hadn't been this lively before. Meeting the guests was a more joyful occasion than leaving the cold room by far. You can't abide him hiding away in the back rooms while everyone's having fun. And so, you make your way into the kitchen. Since Asterion has been cooking your meals for the last few days, you had no reason to return to the kitchen since you first arrived at the hotel. Tonight, you find it looks like nothing of what you first encountered. Silence, horrible stench, strewn utensils, strains of food that had decomposed decades ago, and of course, the revolvers sitting on the counter have all been replaced. Now, clean, stainless steel equipment, the sounds of Kota washing dishes, the scent of the delicious food he had cooked filled the room. Must be the hearth's handiwork, you think to yourself. But would the hearth alone have brought all these people together? You rejoice in a small moment of pride, seeing and smelling what you have achieved. The Minotaur and the manager are chatting while cleaning the dishes. They don't hear your approaching footsteps. Kota veers on a short rant about what happened earlier in the morning, but Asterion changes the subject before picking up a pile of clean dishes. On the way to the cupboard, he briefly passes by the door to the cold room. He freezes, shudders, and lets out a nervous cough. After stashing the dishes, Asterion turns around and only then does he notice your presence. Asterion?
Yes?
Would you like to spend a few minutes with the guests? You've been here all night.
You should not worry about me. It is fine. The guest's comfort comes first. This is my duty, after all.
But everyone's had their meal already. They are just chatting now. You could sit back and enjoy their company for a while. The Minotaur paces around and over your shoulder, getting a glimpse of all the commotion in the other room. His ear flicks to catch their voices, and he bites his lower lip to contain a smile.
Ah, you are kind, but I shouldn't leave Kota here to wash all the dishes by himself.
Kota huffs at the remark. I see. In that case, excuse me, Kota. Do you mind if I steal Asterion from you for a few minutes?
I'm almost finished here, and we aren't getting any more orders. Go on, Asterion. Have fun.
Are you sure? I can stay a while longer. It's no trouble at all.
It will not be necessary.
Oh, come on. I'm not giving up on this one. We both know you want to go out and meet them. Don't make me order you around.
Very well.
If Master insists, then, regrettably, I must obey. But would you allow me a few minutes to have dinner first? You both walk away from Kota and leave him to his task. You haven't eaten? That's alright. I mean, of course you can have dinner. But you could bring your food to the table and eat with the others. It's up to you. I know you prefer eating alone, but if you take too long, the guests might return to their rooms. Now that is quite the conundrum, Master Dirk. How improper of me would it be to eat alongside others? However, it would be even more uncouth to hide away. Ah, very well. You have persuaded me. Excellent. Dinner it is. What do you say we take it one step further and have a drink? It's a special night. The hotel's reopening. Let's not mince words. Wouldn't you say the occasion calls for some wine? He takes a pair of glasses from the cupboard before you finish speaking.
You will never find me rejecting a drink.
However, I will say, tonight you are revealing quite the honey tongue. Oh, it is not quite often I let myself be persuaded into such daunting tasks. What can I say? I am supposed to put you to work, right? I'm only fulfilling my duty. Asterion takes his plate and a bottle of wine. What a pious lord. The gods would be hard-pressed to find another master as loyal as you. With food and drink in hand, the two of you return to the lounge. Heads turn in your direction and chatter dies down as Asterion's presence makes the guests lose their train of thought. He was just shaking as he was sitting down. Alright. The two of you take your seats at the end of the table. Close enough to be inviting to the hitchhiking couple, but not so close as to force them to talk. The Minotaur wastes no time in pouring a bountiful glass of wine. First for you, and then for himself.
Cheers! To the hotel! To our most monogamous, to our most magnanimous lord.
To our hard-working, unrelenting keeper.
To Emperor Dirk, may his reign be everlasting.
Now you're just having fun.
I might. Is that something Master disapproves of?
I wouldn't be going along with it if I did. Asterion downs his wine. His Adam's apple bobs with each end of his gulps until his glass only has a transparent film of purple. He takes a good look at it and swishes the final drop of wine around before refilling it.
Am I not overstepping boundaries?
Oh, today has been such a lovely day, but I admit I've been forgetting my place. You don't have to be so formal. It's fine. What's wrong with cracking a joke? Perhaps there is nothing harmful, but some would say breaking hierarchy is always reprehensible. It's not often I have to allow myself to speak in such a manner with the master. The Lord and I did not have much to interact with, we did not have to interact so much. Really? With you and I sharing the same living space? I'd expect it to be quite a close relationship.
Would Master allow me to speak my mind?
You don't even have to ask.
Very well. Let us not talk about masters of old. We have a joyful night ahead of us, and I hope for many more to come. Plus, from what little I gathered, it seems the world has changed so much over the last few decades. Not only the world, people as well.
Yeah, that's right. You have a lot of new technology. And maybe we, the people, Luke comes in the background,
America!
have changed as well. I didn't tell you about the internet, did I? Let me talk about this rule called Rule 34.
I'm afraid you didn't. At least, I don't recognize the name.
Oh, the internet is one of the most life-changing technologies from the 20th century. It's really impressive when you think about it. You are familiar with the radio, right?
Yes. Getting it to work here was a challenge. Oh, but it was so worth it. All the songs.
With a radio, you can listen to what people are sending from a distance. The internet is like that, but much more powerful. You can connect a machine to it and it allows you to receive and send information. Isn't that great?
What do you mean by information?
Well, knowledge, for example. You can send and receive messages in seconds. It's so fast. It'd take weeks for a letter to arrive at its destination. But with the internet, it takes seconds. But it can do so much else. You can get books, see images, listen to songs, even watch movies in seconds. Oh, you had to wait for books to arrive at the hotel, right? With the internet, you can just pick the one you want and start reading it on your machine in seconds. And unlike the radio, you can make your own stuff and send it to the web for other people to enjoy as well. Very meta indeed. Nowadays, we even have what we call 3D printers. You can, let's say, find the information for a bracelet and print it out with the machine. We even have printers for printing clothes and sublimation and vinyl, which is how I made this. I took a sublimation printer, printed it onto this vinyl, and plastered it on with a heat press. In the future, I may have to get like individual colors if I just do one color jobs and don't want to waste too much ink. But I'd say for now, I'm pretty chill with what I got. Plus, this shirt's been keeping up pretty decently well. I mean, it's a bit shaded, but it's got kind of a rustic feel that I like. I kind of like it. I guess maybe it's because of the ink itself, too, and there's a certain brand that I just found out after I got it that was like, oh, this would work better with this vinyl, or just vinyl in general. I'm like, whatever. It's too late now, but it's great, though, for pressing, like, sublimation and all that, so. Cool stuff. I can't wait to show you all more stuff in the future. Maybe I can make some videos on it. But yes, and print out with the machine. Hell, entire new disciplines have arisen due to the internet and computers. Like my major, data science. Statistics has always been around, but yeah. You know how radio works, more or less. Someone sends a transmission that one or more people can pick up on, right? Stereo nods? Well, the internet is a little more complicated. You enter an IP, which is kind of like the radio frequency of station that you tune into, and this connects you to a server. which is a different computer in a different part of the world. And this computer can contain a web page or service that lets you do stuff like browse internet content, download files, send or receive messages. So aside from, you know, radio operator and guy on microphone, hey, that's me. There's a whole lot of jobs involving the internet. From people that lay down the physical connections, to internet service providers that maintain servers, to people that create the programs necessary to browse the internet, to people who make programs and video games on the internet for people to download and play, and people to read those video games that people make and for people to download that do it to make profit. I'm not one of those. And the people that make web pages for you to access content, the people that make content for those web pages. Data scientists, that's me! Data scientists that measure the statistics on who is visiting what and at which time to better sell advertisement information. Yes, I've had to deal with some of that. I've also had to figure out health-related stuff and data on that. That was kind of interesting. I still need to finish my final presentation on it. Oh boy, my last 2 weeks are going to be hell for me to finish all the work. But there's even interdisciplinary people whose job is to design web pages to look prettier and attract more customers and lawyers to make sure web pages comply with copyright laws. It's revolutionized the job market and how people work. Hell, people find jobs over the internet more often than not at this point. If only I could land a job. Are you following? Oh, sorry. I think I went a little too fast, didn't I? I'm a bit passionate about it. I'm the internet man. I'm the data science Dirk. Dirk the data scientist. There's this one video made by another red panda on here. I think the name was Zenith. You could look up his profile or whatnot here on YouTube, like Zenith and like top 621 furry creators or something like that. And there's a whole video on how he made like a kind of a web type of graph, and let's just say I didn't really know how to use it. Like, I'd probably have to sit down and chat with him about it, because it's like I kind of get the gist of, like, you know, downloading through Python and the sheets and whatnot. But yeah, you have to get a lot of packages for some of those prettier looking graphs and stuff, especially the one with the meme where it's like the bar goes up and down or whatever. I still need to figure out how to do that for the future. Maybe March Madness I can make something pretty with it. But for now, we just got boring old 2D graph that doesn't move positions. Anyway, where was I? Sorry, I'm a bit passionate about it, you can say. No. Well, I don't understand a lot of it. But you are very passionate about it. I can see that. The internet does sound exciting, my lord. But how do we bring it here? How does it work? Good question. You mentioned the hotel used to get radio signals, right? How was that accompanied? How was that accomplished back then? If you can get a radio signal here, then surely you can find a way to connect to the internet. That. It was a challenging, although straightforward affair. We repurposed an old piece of equipment. It's an old thing, dating back to when the realm was created. The masters used it to communicate with the outside world. Before radio, it was used to send and receive letters, and before that, as a dock of sorts. We have repurposed it for a number of tasks over the centuries. Oh, that's interesting. what is this machinery like? How does it work? It's not a machine. It's more of a thing the gods left behind. Perhaps not realizing how extensively it can be repurposed. If this internet is anything like the radio, then I am hopeful it can be done. Just a few feet from you, the Middle Eastern lads burst out in laughter. One of them shrinks back, ashamed. It seems they're in some sort of in-joke among them. Kota makes an appearance, and his large body flows around the table as he refills glasses and gathers up empty plates with a servile bow and smile. Conversation dies when the dragon goes, and then resumes in hushed, excited murmuring. At least, until his hand slips and the glass falls to the floor. The horrified expression on this flushing face cuts the tension like a knife. And the guests laugh and smile and wave away the dragon's embarrassed apologies with an open, easy warmth. Both you and Asterion can feel it amidst the bustle that fills the lounge. That mixture of heavy melancholy and light. Fluttering hope swelling in your chests. Only now do you realize how silent. Oh. I think I did. I guess it's a bit choppy. Very distorted. But anyway, Perpy the cat donated $10 with a cute little puppy rolling around. Aw, it's so cute. And thank you so much, Perpy, for donating and supporting the channel and all that. Thanks to everybody in general for your overall support and, tuning in. Anyway, let's continue along, and fingers crossed that does not happen again. The cutoff thing, not the donations. We all hope about donations, don't we? Oh boy, so many dropped frames, it hurts. Only now do you realize how silent the hotel had been so far. No footsteps breaking the hallway's monotony. No voices to bring new thoughts skittering to one's mind. The hotel's stagnant air made the both of you lethargic. Why did I say it like that? Lethargic. And tonight, after 80 years of silence, that beast is vanquished. You look to Asterion, your newfound partner in crime, and his eye brims with the same emotion. The voices, the raucous laughter and broken glass, the occasional look cast over the Minotaur and at you. It is like a liberation. You slouch in your seat, drifting down at this current of self-satisfaction while Asterion drowns, not really drowns, and he definitely downs another glass of wine. Perhaps your smile makes you approachable. I'm approachable. Over the next 10 minutes, two guests make their way over to ask a few questions and thank you for the hospitality. The same cannot be said for Asterion. As joyful as he may be, no one spares him a word. Although you do catch a number of sideways glances aimed in his general direction. You try to integrate the Minotaur into the conversation, but you're met with the same walls time and time again. First, Asterion no longer displays the eloquence from earlier, and second, the guests cannot contain their stuttering around him. And a quick look at the chat, Jeffrey the Wolf Dragon says, "Good morning and greetings from Germany. I am happy to catch a stream." That's great to hear. Normally I don't stream this late. I normally start my streams at like 7 p.m. Pacific time. But yeah, since I took a nap, I started 2.5 hours later. And so that's how we're here. But yes, this is for the European viewers. And thank you for joining. And then Perpy says, hey Light, are you going to do the next part for Minotaur Hotel soon? Okay. I guess there is another part that... He's ahead of me on that. I'm ahead of him on tennis ace. We have our exchanges. Anyway, let's continue off, shall we? You scoot closer to the Minotaur. When the attention turns away from the both of you. Sorry, is this too much for you? If you don't want to say, it's fine. Oh no, I'm enjoying it here. I really am. Everyone's so lively. Oh, I miss this. It is just that. So many voices at once. Yeah, God, it's a tad confusing. It's easy when I'm only talking with you. But it's only been a while since I've been around so many people. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. None of this is your fault. Do you want to leave? The Minotaur swirls the wine in his cup, more as a distinction than in any attempt to draw out its aroma. He downs it, leans it back in his chair, and enjoys the spreading warmth from his chest to extremities. No, I just need a while to get used to it. Asterion gazes at his wine glass. It's tinted purple from the last remaining drops. The Minotaur lets out a cough, clearing his throat. Oh boy, sorry about that. Clearing his throat from the burning sensation. When he looks back, he nods a second to focus on you. He moves with a languid deliberation, delighting in how tipsy he's getting. The Minotaur's relaxation, however, raises a tense silence. His eyes, drowsy as they may be, betray an intense purpose. What is Asterion thinking? The two of you remain in silence, alone in your thoughts, but not lonely. His ears flicker once, twice. They strain to drown out everything else. The laughter and chatter, dragging chairs, and clinking of cutlery, and focus on you. On your breathing and whatever words you might say next. He appraises your every feature, but latches onto your eyes. Your eyes, for a moment. It's as if he's trying to gaze at your soul. But a smile breaks his own focus. He giggles and looks away. Oh, you. Is something the matter? The silliest thought overtook me. Have you ever looked at someone, a person you know, and quite by surprise found yourself seeing them for the first time? What a precious thing. For a moment, there it felt as if I only had just met you, and yet... You were so familiar, Dirk. Oh, maybe you are confusing me with a guest from a long time ago. No, that's not it. I'm sure of it. I can't place my finger. Perhaps not a guest, no. Surely not a master. Oh, this old mind of mine. Where is this coming from? This... I was trying to point it out. What it is about you that's making... I thought it could be your eyes, but... no. It isn't the way you look. But now, I just... Have you ever felt as if you had hummingbirds tickling at the back of your skull? That's what I was feeling. But now I'm just looking back, thinking of a friend here and there. Isn't it sweet to taste old memories? I'm sorry. I don't know where I'm going with this. But remembering all my old friends, it feels as if they are all here again. It's just you and me, but I feel maybe I should be thankful for
Greta, the intimidator of souls.
The conversation around you wanes and dies down. That is, until you both notice a chair being dragged close to Asterion and you. Oh, hello. Sorry if I'm interrupting anything. My name is Greta. I'm from Germany, and I'm very curious. So I'm grateful for this. Everything, really. My boyfriend and I had a shower in a few days. Later on, a good meter. The smell is becoming an issue. But you see, in a single day, I learned that there is such a thing as a Minotaur, and also a talking dragon. In the desert. We were in Eastern Europe, and now in the desert. That's not the dragon. And let me say, I've always been a very curious girl. So, if you don't mind me asking, how does this whole thing work? Non-human beings, I mean. Oh, we exist. Beings which aren't quite human. Here and there they pop up, but they keep themselves hidden. Not the case here, where their charms don't work. Their true shape is revealed. There? You talk as if they are different from them. In a way, yes. The Minotaur looks down to his empty glass, then turns his gaze towards you. Would you like some more wine? No, I'm fine. This is a good one. I'm enjoying every sip. Greta fidgets as Asterion pours himself a tall glass of wine. Let me know if the music's a bit loud, because this is a very loud instrumentation. I'm gonna put it just above the all. Perfect. And let's go back. Greta fidgets as Asterion pours himself a tall glass of wine. What is your story then? Are you different from the others? Asterion keeps his gaze on the glass, but responds without missing a beat and with a peculiar, cold intonation. I was born here, in this hotel. I chose to stay behind and care for it. But as you can see, things were not going well. Asterion gives a quick glance, as if asking for your permission to proceed. You remain quiet, and he takes that as his cue. I was recovering from a few grave injuries, and meanwhile, the hotel fell into despair. Because the previous owner neglected it. But things have changed for the better ever since ownership passed to Master Dirk. Greta looks you up and down, with a gaze so sharp it almost seems threatening. Why do you call him Master? What's up with that? Asterion doesn't hesitate this time. That is how my family has always called the owner of the establishment. Our lineage has served them for quite a number of generations. That's why I chose to be here. This is my calling, and I am eager to see the hotel once more bustling with life, like it used to be. So you are like a butler? Asterion nods, not bothering to look up from his wine. Have you ever thought of finding a job elsewhere? Asterion sways his head from side to side. And having kids? Do you plan on meeting a lady Minotaur and having babies? I mean, that's how it works for you, I presume. Adavan and a lady Minotaur. You aren't the son of a common human, are you? Uh-oh. My parents were Minotaurs. Oh, that's good to hear. How squeaky would be the alternative be, yes? Now about my other question. What about having kids yourself? Little baby moose must be so cute. Asterion doesn't bother responding. He only looks at her between his sips. Greta bites her lip and fidgets on her seat. And a quick happy birthday to Yellow, who turned 23 about 30 minutes ago. Well, guess that makes 2 of us that are 23. Somebody asked, I think, a while back. Yeah. I am 23 years old. Yes. But actually, my half birthday is going to be coming around in a couple weeks, so I am on the older side of 23. But yes, happy birthday to Yellow. And it's great to see you here. Thanks for coming. I'm glad to give you a birthday stream. Anyway. I'm sorry if I'm being invasive. It's just this is all very new to me. To us, I suppose. Do these questions bother you? It's only now that Asterion looks at you. His gaze holds on you for a second too long. His smile, you see, has a tinge of fakeness. I am used to them. Is there anything else you would like to know? About your eye. Do you need medical help? My boyfriend is a doctor. We were talking about this earlier afternoon. We were talking about it earlier this afternoon. Look, we know there's more going on around here than it looks. Magic or whatever you call it. But, is there anything like a medic could do to help? You are very kind, but I'm afraid a doctor won't be able to do much for me. I am not exactly... Things function differently for me. But you don't have to worry. I'm well. It won't be long before I'm healed again. Oh, so you can grow your eye back. That's incredible. You know, it'd be great to study how you do that. Surely modern medicine would stand to gain from... I'm sorry. I guess that was too far. Pardon the curiosity, but where are you from? I'm from East Berlin. I grew up not too far off from where the world stood. But I was born a few years after it fell. My boyfriend is from Dijon, France. From the place where all the colorful mustards come from. I see. And what is East Berlin like? It's pretty good nowadays. Of course, there's still a bit of a gap. It will take a while before East and West are truly equal. But it's charming in a way. Out here you'll see these little Soviet stick figures on those traffic signs. Oh, it's so cute. And the nightlife is, of course, fantastic. It's Berlin after all. At the mention of East Berlin and Soviets, Asterion's eyes flick over to you for a fraction of a second. Then it jumps over to the other people around the table as he realizes they are growing silent and directing their attention towards him. But we don't stay in Berlin for long. My boyfriend and I have wanted to live in England for years now, and we are trying to make that work. And we always wanted to backpack across Europe, so we figured that was a good moment. My twin sisters all did it, And I've been hearing for years now how fun it was. So, here we are. Now that Greta has broken the ice, people are looking. And Asterion grows stiff at the realization. You should visit us when you settle down. You should visit us when we settle down. Or just in Berlin too. That would be just great. Imagine showing everyone a real life Minotaur. If money is a problem, there are so many excellent hostels. And you can rent a place alone if you want privacy. The Minotaur looks to you. It's no longer a stealthy sign. He goes as far as to swing his head from side to side as to call for help. You can't let him go through this. It's easy coming up with an excuse. Asterion, perhaps it's time we return to the office. We have some paperwork to go through before tomorrow, don't we? Ah, yes, the contracts. Excuse me, Miss Greta. I am afraid I must get back to work. At this hour? Oh, that's not... Now that is quite late. That's not nice, Mr. Dirk. No. You shouldn't be treating your employees like that. You could say Asterion is more of a business partner to me, actually. We are in this together, and starting a new business involves a lot of sleepless nights. So it is with great pain I must steal him away. Wait, no, that's Asterion. Asterion is not Greta. If it's for the hotel, I'm happy to work all night long. Greta looks at you, then at the Minotaur, and then back at you. As she does, you see her smile getting wider before her lips part. Her lips will never part with this sprite, and it's so damn ominous. Her lips part and an obnoxious, shrill giggle erupts. Oh. The Middle Eastern students turn around, startled by the noise. Oh, I see. And that's okay. It was nice meeting you, Mr. Asterion. I hope my questions didn't offend you. Greta punctuates her sentence by smiling and closing both her eyes in a strange gesture. You fail to understand this for a moment, but it seems like she is attempting to wink and failing. Don't worry, I am used to them. I hope you have an enjoyable stay with us. You and Asterion start rising to your feet, when Greta speaks up once more. Oh, one last thing. I almost forgot. Is there Wi-Fi here? Wi-Fi 4G isn't working either. I don't have a reception. Oh, Wi-Fi? Oh, that. Okay, no, not yet. I'll look into it. How, though? How can internet be brought to a magical realm that just pulls people in? I'd love to see this, but it's like the 007 thing. Is just Asterion just pops out. Dun 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 dun. I'm going crazy. Okay, so Soviets. For starters, the Allies won World War II. But near the very end of the war, America unveiled a new type of bomb. One that was more powerful than any ever before. After the war, Russia managed to make one of their own. The catch here is that America was capitalist, and the Soviet Union were communists. They started the Cold War, which wasn't a war in the strictest sense of the word. They were vying for influence among other countries while threatening each other with bombs. They both had so many that they could destroy each other at the same time. It's what people called mutually assured destruction. And this relates to Berlin because after World War II, the Soviets and Americans divided it into two, with a wall between East and West. It divided families and communities for years. But it fell in the 90s, along with the Soviet Union. That was a big moment for world history.
Ah, that all sounds so overwhelming. And these bombs, were they the kind that were thrown off airplanes?
At first, yes. But later they were put in missiles. That's how can I put it? A kind of unmanned plane that will explode when it hits the target. It was very tense for everyone. But we left it behind. For the most part.
Ah, yes, yes.
The voices from the lounge subside as the two of you climb up the spiral staircase, side by side. The air here is chilly now. A breeze from the valley passes through that narrow, rocky exit far below to flow upward. It snakes through the gap in the middle of the stairs until it grazes your skin and Asterian's fur. It's not unpleasant, however. The shiver it sends up your spine makes you aware of your whole body, aware of each swaying, drunken step. Asterion sways with a similarly inebriated gait, left and right with each hoof step echoing all the way down to the valley. Without noticing it, Asterion starts humming, and your footsteps align with its rhythm. At times, you even feel his tail grazing your leg. What an odd pair the two of you make. Sorry. Thousands of times have the masters and their servant walked up and down these stairs, but never did they do so by the side, while swaying to the same song. Generation after generation, the Minotaur has done his best to stick to the shadows. The less he was noticed, the smaller the chance the Lord's ire would turn against him. But looking from afar, when one can't quite identify the features and clothing, what distinguishes a lord from his subject? Perhaps only a pair of horns and hooves, although humanity is quite pliable, is it not? How hard is it to overlook another's differences? Humans are familiar with change. Quite different indeed from the gods who are said to have created them. And this servant, this prisoner, tonight a smidgen of humanity fidgets within him. Disquiet and want sizzle just underneath the surface. When Asterion speaks, his voice carries a new gravity to it. Master, did you mean it when you said I was a business partner to you? In your drunkenness, you answer without a second thought. Yep, you and I are in this together. Was it just my impression, or did the idea please you?
Oh, you have quite the honey tongue, that is all. How could I not smile at those words? Still, you have the silliest ideas, my lord. Is it not possible that I could ever be your equal?
Even if the hotel won't allow it, I will treat you as such. That's what matters.
Ah, the thought suffices, my lord. It is enough for me to know that you care.
It's just the right thing. I'm not trying to be heroic here. I'm just treating you with the respect a human deserves. And about that, I'm sorry for putting you in a tight spot tonight. I should have known it could become uncomfortable.
But I wanted it. Miss Greta was a handful, but I enjoyed spending the night with others, my lord. Eating at the table with the company, now that's something I missed.
Oh, so you may grace them with your presence, but you won't have a meal at the same table as I do? Asterion pauses and looks at you with a glimmer in his eye. Is that truly something you desire? You have asked it of me a few times. Eating alongside the guests and staff was my routine, but the Lord stands above all. To share the same table with the Master. This is most unorthodox. If it's something I truly want, would you do it? I shall obey all your orders, my lord. JK. Unless... Not as a command, I mean. Would you, by your own will, choose to share meals with me at the same table? Would you, by your own will, choose to share your meals with me at the same table? How can I put it? I'd be ashamed of it. Shy. It may sound like such a small thing to you, but to me, it's quite ingrained. Would you laugh at me if I somehow act silly? Well, I'll try not to. No guarantees, though. What I can promise is that if I do laugh, it will be with you and not at you. Asterion stifles a burst of laughter and attempts to feign a measure of indignation. His ears and tail flick playfully. You scoundrel! Asterion laughs and continues climbing the stairs. Very well. I will share a meal with you if the invitation is extended. Breakfast? Yes, breakfast. The times have really changed, and humans along with them. Then it's fair that you change too. You are at least part human after all. To call your words honeyed is an understatement, you silver-tongued man. What? Are you now turning against your master? What is wrong with a joke? That's the spirit. Nothing wrong with a little playing around. Oh, is that the end of the chapter? Hades, the ferryman. Okay, we're gonna just quickly save here, and I think now's a good time to take a break. Plus, I'm kinda hungry and I want dinner. Hades 3. Okay, so we will stick there, and I will let this pleasant music carry on as I put on the "We'll be right back" screen. So yes, everyone stay tuned, and we will get back to the reading hopefully after I eat. I don't think I'll be too long. Oh, quickly before I go, the time is 11:30 at night for me. Yeah, so it might be later for y'all, but for me it's still relatively late. Anyway, be back. Alright, everybody, can you hear me? I am back. Yes, you can now. I just turned on the mic. I just didn't know if I did or not. Yeah, Vlad and I are on the same time zone, so he gets it. To get a nice, good swig of water to get my voice all refreshed. The dinner really gave me some new revitalized energy, which I really needed, because I was really starting to wane in and out towards the end of that chapter. I knocked the table with my water. There we go. We are back. Hey, everybody. Alright, so thanks for all the compliments about me being the master story entertainer, Shining Chaos. Sweet of you to say. But yeah, let's get back to the reading at 2:12. If my load button loads just in time. The reading resumes just around now. Yep, just exactly at the moment I say it. Perfect timing. Here we go. It was like the end of a summer's day rained back at the palace of Knossos. Rivulets falling to the patio's stone floor, droplets pouring from the trees down to the saffron bushes. The pitter-patter of fat droplets in children's feet as the Minotaur sat by the tall red pillars, thinking, not making a noise. Thinking as his father told him to, as he did now. He had walked a dozen steps downhill before he lost his balance and fell to his knees. Now he sat, collecting himself. The Minotaur looked up to the stony ceiling hundreds of feet above him, raining down the same fat drops of water on his muzzle. His neck hurt as if a searing iron wire had burnt it. His tongue and throat were locked, frozen by a lump on his neck. Asterion thought, well, as he plucked and then cradled an asphodel flower in his hands. He was surrounded by them. In this meadow, overlooking a labyrinth land of rivers. His body ached, but how soft a flower's petals are against one's hand. Its white and pink were like a slash of life in this darkened land. How long did he stay here in the asphodel field? He lost track of time, but he remembers the moment when he rose, when he caught himself humming. A nameless, graceless tune coming from deep within him. A cold drop fell from the palm of his hand, and the Minotaur was awoken from his trance. Prince Asterion, adopted son of King Minos of Crete, rose and looked down towards the rivers. And there he was, the man waiting by the shore. This time, he stomped downhill, letting the slope guide him in leaps and bounds. He could not laugh. The lump in his throat made sure of that. But splayed on his muzzle was a smile. When the slope ended, he let the momentum carry him to the shore, to the skeletal man and his humble boat. Never before had Asterion seen such a sordid creature. His beard, drier than hay and caked with a foul filth, went down to the muddy shore. His feet, half sunk into the mud, had overgrown. Yellow nails that were more like fangs than what any human should have. His coarse cloak covered in the upper half of his face, but as he shifted on his feet, Asterion caught a glimpse of the old man's eyes. They burned. The man was hollow like a furnace, and reeked of bitter smoke. Foul was the god on the river shore, and common was it for nobles and highborn to shy away from him. Judging by Asterion's smile, however, one would guess he beheld a holy envoy covered in fine garments and fragrant with the scent of flowers. Astarion's hooves sunk into the muddy soil of the river as the old god's gaze crawled over the hybrid. Sensing movement, half a dozen crabs which had hidden in the mud skittered away from the two of them.
What a peculiar sight.
Or wait, would that be a female voice? Not a man, and not a beast, much less an immortal. Neither a mournful youth, nor a pacified elder. A smiling newly dead, one leaping downhill like a nymph. Now, let me collect my payment. With his left hand, the foul-smelling elder supported the Minotaur's neck and massaged the lump within it with a bony thumb. With his other hand, he reached into Astarion's mouth and plucked the obstruction from his throat, like a child would pluck a flower. It was a gold coin, so freshly minted it shone like an ember. Oh, fun fact. The reason why Greeks were buried with money in their mouths is so they can pay Charon, the ferryman, to take them over the river of Styx and into the afterlife. Interesting.
You must have had a good friend, young hybrid. This will do well. Now, tell me, what is your lineage, hybrid son?
Words flowed from his lips like honey. The Minotaur's heart pranced like a newborn foal, and his face regained some of its color.
I am the son of Earth and the foamy sea, but my race is starry, heavenly. My name is Asterion. Lord Charon, may I cross the river to my place of rest?
The old man ran a slender finger over his matted beard as he looked the newly dead up and down.
Very well. Come, we shall cross the rivers. It shall be a scenic ride for you, for such a bountiful payment. Ah, what a day.
Did anybody hear that? Oh, that's probably the neighbors upstairs. I just heard, like, something just, not skitter, but just skirt over, like a couch or something.
Ah, what a day. A newly dead beaming with life. Heavenly blood in the corpse of a beast. A cursed being with gold to spare. Tell me, boy, why the joy? Is it fair that the bud, plucked before spring, cursed the hand which left it to wither? Yet I see no Yet I see... Oh, I thought I was gonna say, like vigor, like V-I-G-O-R. Okay. Yet I see no vinegar. Only honey and wine.
Asterion sat on the boat, his back to the man. He looked ahead to the distant shore. The fire in his chest kept him warm. He did not bother responding to the old god's question. And now we're in chapter 10. The bedrock. Alright, so... What... Just a table. Table right in front of Asterion. Nice. There are rules to placing cutlery. First to the left, now to the right, with the first set placed on the outside. I don't know why it sounded like a tune to me. Now, first to the left, now to the right, put that napkin on and wrap it tight. I'm trying. Come on. Not all of them are gonna land. But yes. The first set placed on the outside. Spoons are placed to the right of the knives. The basics are simple, but it's easy to get it wrong if you forget what kind of fork is meant for which meal. In the end, however, it doesn't matter. Very few sit at a dinner table for its sparkling cutlery first and food second, after all. But today, even if for just a moment, silverware seems like a matter of colossal importance. Asterion ignores the cheese and crackers, cured meats and boiled eggs, jams and pastries. His eyes are locked on your spoon, the disgraceful thing he placed on the wrong side of the plate. Oh no! Asterion, why? No! You can't do this to me! Fat drops of sweat run from his forehead to chin, then drip down onto his lap. You can hear a rumble coming from him, a drawn-out grunt of distress followed by the Minotaur hunching over you. He woke up different today, stumbling about and skittish, already second-guessing the choice to have breakfast with you. But he wouldn't back down on his word. Now his distress is carved onto his face. You let go of your buttered bread and smile at him. It wouldn't do any good to make him any more nervous with probing for answers. You'll need to be delicate. Is something the matter, Asterion? You look sick. The Minotaur's eyes shift down to his plate. He recoils further into a compacted ball of fur, his hands clasped above his legs. Asterion's unease crawls over to you and gnaws away at your confidence over the situation. Such a simple thing. A breakfast. Just last night, he had a contagious smile when he accused you of harboring a honey tongue. Perhaps it was the wine. The idea must have pleased him then, but in sobriety, all of a man's shame returns with a vengeance. You look for something to say. Is there even any combination of words that can pull the two of you from this bog? Just how far can words go against tragedy in a man's life? Asterion remains with his hands locked in his lap, gazed down as if in deference. There is no great wisdom that can pull him, but perhaps honesty can offer some relief. You shouldn't feel bad. His gaze returns to your cutlery, to the disgraceful spoon, then back to himself. I'm not talking about the spoon. You don't deserve to go through this kind of distress at all. We had fun last night, didn't we? Nothing's changed since then. You had an enjoyable dinner with the other guests. You and I were at the same table. The one difference is this time, the both of us are eating together. He looks off to the side and grinds his teeth.
I feel very inadequate. This experience is very unsettling to me.
Why?
As I said last night, I had a proper meal with the master. And... the spoon. I put it in the wrong place.
About the spoon. What can we do to solve it?
It's too late. It's in the wrong place already.
But can it be fixed?
I suppose so.
You pick the spoon up and put it in its correct place. To the right of the knives. There. Fixed. One less reason for you to be nervous. Is there anything else bothering you? You can tell me. He lets out a drawn-out sigh. It sounds defeated at first, but his shoulders are relaxed and his eyes are half closed. I sometimes forget. Master is not one who would go for physical punishment. I shall outgrow that fear, worry not. Besides feeling inadequate, I realize now that I don't want you to see me struggling with the cutlery. And I can't shake the feeling you'll be angry with me. Angry because you struggle with a knife and a fork? And then what would happen? I don't know. Maybe the master would think less of me. See me for what I am. I don't think any less of you. You take a bite. Why do you struggle with cutlery? Did no one ever teach you? I just never needed to learn as I grew up. Or for a long time after, as a matter of fact. It wasn't until a few centuries ago that I even saw forks. It was a novelty then. People have tried teaching me, but I struggle with fine movements. Oh god, I prefer eating with my hands. Well then, just do that. There's no issue with it. I'm sorry, I just thought about the dinner I just ate. It was like chicken parm with pasta, and oh god, I'm just wincing imagining Asterion trying to eat that pasta with his hands. That, like, tomato sauce covered pasta, just... oh, god. Anyway. But it would be undignified of me to expose myself this way. And... the times really have changed, haven't they? Is all of this distress for nothing? Yes. It's hard for me to understand why you're so nervous. Nothing of what you've done today, even since I arrived at the hotel, deserves any bad reaction. But if you want to use cutlery, then try it. There's no problem if you get it wrong or make a mess. The Minotaur takes the precious silverware in his hands. And there's no way this is going to end. Well, again, I'm thinking if it was pasta, he would just try and pick up his flings it at you. That was a good attempt, Asterion, but you're supposed to twirl it first. You hadn't stopped to watch before, but Asterion's clumsiness with small objects is nothing short of a crime.
He must be arrested!
One can't help but feel the urge to leap out and guide his hand. But this is a challenge he must overcome himself. The silverware is so thin. He has a hard time keeping it between his thick fingers. It keeps slipping around his hand as well. Overall, Asterion's troubled relationship with silverware follows a 3-act structure. Ooh, I like plays! First, he reacquaints his fingers with the thin metal. His hands quiver like long-lost lovers, touching lips together for the first time in ages. There's an attempt at gracefulness, like teenagers fumbling around in a moment of passion. For a glorious split second, he holds it properly. But then the fork slips as he puts pressure on a piece of cheese. In the second act, things take a turn for the worst. As the Minotaur again becomes distressed, he forgets how cutlery is meant to be held. He grips it like two pens, or perhaps like a pair of scalpel pincers. It goes well for half a minute before the fork slips and falls into his glass of orange juice. The fork pleads for help, for the hand of his precious lover, but Asterian's mind is turned cold along with the river of sweat running down his back and matting his shirt. The tragedy arrives in the play's third act. Our once plucky hero is consumed by grief, wrath, and hubris. The gods have given up on him, much like he did on love. As if you don't exist, as if all dignity was an alien concept, Asterion holds the knife and fork, sticky with juice, like a child, gripping the handle as if he was ready to stab the miserable cur displayed upon this plate. And there he goes. The battle for the breakfast is over, and he's about to enjoy a single slice of cheese. It costs his dignity, but that is a small price to pay for sustenance. If it's just a slice of cheese, you just pick it up with your hands. That's finger food. Like, I don't get why we're suggesting he should use fork and knife for that. Like, if it was something like pasta, then yeah, you should teach him. But if it's just a freaking piece of cheese, I don't think I would be that good with mastering, like, trying to pick a piece of cheese up, like a cheese slice. I don't know, man. I'm just talking. But the humiliation never ends. For the cheese was sliced too thin. It tears and drops into his lap, staining his clothes further. With a greasy, I tried to do a plap, 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 plap. With a greasy plap as it falls to the floor, the tragedy draws to a close. Great play, great play. How much abuse can a man take before snapping? How unfair can the world be? In other periods of human history, trauma as profound as this would surely push any man to take arms against creation itself. Not Asterion, however. The Minotaur, the disgraced creature, is left with one outlet. I have to do it very fancily. Nah, just a regular moo is fine. Did you just moo? Asterion looks up, his face awash with shame and cringe. He slumps in utter defeat, an errant hand knocking a nearby apple off the table. Not the apples! By the gods, what a wretched day! The Minotaur looks away from you. I'm sorry. I think I misheard you. I could swear I heard you said moo. Yes, I sometimes do. I sometimes do it when if there is too much. When it gets too much. It's like being in the middle of a storm. I get lost and I can't always hold it. And then it happens. I let out a moo. Oh no. Oh, that's adorable! Now you just want to do the petting meme with Asterion. Just pet his head. Excuse me, but what did you just say? It's adorable! I didn't know you did that. A dropped cut of coffee's contents crawl their way onto the table's edge. A droplet is pushed out. 2, and it becomes a stream as it cascades down to the floor just beside your foot. Before the cup can roll off as well, you push it back up, with just a finger, as to not bring Asterian's attention to it. Why is it adorable? It just is. You may not agree, but it is adorable. The Minotaur groans, and you take the opportunity to lay your foot over the pesky apple as it attempts to roll away. You stop right there! You pull it back up yourself and press it against the side of your chair. Maybe I should get one of my apples from the fridge for special effect. A few drops run down the side of the orange juice cup. A puddle the size of a fingerprint at its base. Somehow, I find that hard to believe. Oh, come on. It's a compliment. Why would you compliment me? Why would anyone compliment me? What is there to say? I can't even hold a fork like a person. Ugh. Oh, don't be like that. Oh, you're great. Just last night we had so much fun. I very much enjoyed your company. And you dealt so well with Greta's questions. You, sir, have a way with tough situations. That can't be. The master must be teasing me. Fat chance. As opposed to thin chance like that slice of cheese. I'm being honest here. Your words, however, don't seem to have much of an effect. You might need to do something a little bit better to cheer him up. What do? Make him a sandwich and eat it with your hands. That's so specific. Make a sandwich and eat it with your hands. Tell Cowbuns to make him laugh. This is the part where supposedly the decisions are tough, and I feel like making the sandwich is going to be a better decision. Who else here agrees with me? Before I make the biggest regret of my life. I concur. Sandwich option. Sandwich option, I love it. Make the sandwich. Well, I'm gonna give you all a few more seconds to vote on that. I'm gonna quickly refill my water. Oh no, I almost showed my logo. My old school's logo. None of you can see it, you're not allowed. Alright, I'm back. Okay, everybody wants me to make the sandwich. Just making sure, because I feel like the Cowbuns would kind of be insensitive. You look back to the battlefield on top of the table. Puddles of orange juice. A slice of cheese draped over a cup of coffee. Jam over the cured meats. Grease stains strewn all around Asterian's side. It is, however, no messier than what you'd seen on a rowdy night out on a bar with friends. And the food, for the most part, should still be safe to eat. With 4 slices of bread and what remains of the cheese and cured meats, with the jam scraped off, you make 2 basic sandwiches. Oh, this could be so sweet! You do make sure to pack them with as much as possible before the things fall off from the sides. If this will be all you'll eat, might as well make it plentiful. Well, what do you say we leave this whole mess behind and enjoy this for our breakfast? No need for cutlery here. The Minotaur clenches his jaws as he accepts your offer. He turns a bit to the side, avoiding your gaze, and you follow suit. The living room fills with the sound of your chewing, interrupted once or twice when the Styrian reaches out for his cup of juice. The sandwiches, of all things, break the air of tension in the room. What is left of the jam on the meats adds an unexpected twist to its salty taste, balanced by the cheese's natural flavor. As you take another bite, you give the Minotaur a sideways glance, and find him looking back to you, then averting his gaze. You look to the window, to the horizon of orange and blue, then back to Asterion. Look at your man, now back to me. Now look at your man, now back to me. Your man isn't a Minotaur. This time, he is the one who catches your gaze. But neither of you look away. You hunch over. Sorry, I just wanted to stretch. Good timing, though. You hunch over, elbows supported on your knees. Just then, you hear the swish of the Minotaur's tail against the ground. Oh, thank you. And the sandwich is good. You're welcome. You know, I could make us more sandwiches now and then. Asterion opens his mouth to say something, but changes his mind. Instead, he grunts and looks away to finish his meal. Once it's done, he relaxes a bit, resting his hands between his legs, and almost staining his pants with a mess of jam, orange juice, and cheese oil in them. You want help with that? Asterion jerks his tail, twitches his ears, and lets out a rumble from his chest. His legs shift, hooves scrape against the floor, but he nods. He extends his left hand to lay it over yours. The fur on its back is short, but on his knuckles and on the side opposite to his thumb, there are scruffy patches, thicker, about a centimeter longer. It is smooth and firm fur, as one might expect from his bovine heritage, and just below the thin layer there is his hand, wholly human in shape. His nails, however, are black and thicker than any you've ever seen. You take a napkin with your left hand as you clean between his fingers. His forearm tenses and sends contractions all the way to the palm of his hands and tips of his fingers. Like a cat's paw contracting over an owner's finger, all of Asterian's fingers twitch and curl at once, trapping your hand in his grasp. His palm is sweaty, his knees weak, arms are heavy. He's got oil on his shirt. Mom's pescetti. His palm is sweaty, and the beat of his heart makes itself known despite this coarse, thick skin. Just as you look up to him, you feel your fur at his wrists standing on end, followed by a rumble crawling from his chest all the way to your hand. I'm sorry. He lets your hand go with the same deliberate, glacial pace he trapped it in the first place. Just as he lets you go with his fingers, follows yours before stopping. You could swear his breathing had quickened, but there's no doubt he scoots closer to his chair, or scoots his chair closer to you. When When you reach in further to clean the webbing of his fingers, you feel a certain resistance. Asterian's gaze drills into his own hand. He tries to pry his fingers further apart to grant you better access, but it's as if his nerves are made of stone. His fingers shudder and tremble. The Minotaur sighs and grunts each time he tries to mold his hand to ease your work. At last, you clean the palm of his hand and, just as your napkin grazes the center where the lines meet, all his fingers curl up again. His movements are twitchy, more like an involuntary and uncoordinated reflex than a willful act. I can't control it. When you touch it like that, it just closes on reflex. I see. I sure am learning a lot about your hands today. I suppose you are. He opens his hand once more. Then you hover a finger over the palm, threatening to touch it. Asterian's gaze shows no opposition to what you are about to do. You graze the tip of your finger, slow enough to let your nail caress the hills and valleys of his handprint. The Minotaur's hand clutches yours, but this time, your deliberateness gifted Asterion with some of his own. His fingers rest between your knuckles, with his pinky hanging off to the side. He mutters something under his breath. When you look up to his face, you find his gaze lost, his chest bouncing up and down in shallow breaths. You budge a bit, but he doesn't want to let go. And in fact, there's just a tiny bit of pressure, as if he wanted to nudge your fingers apart to entwine them with his. Something like a mew escapes his throat, although he seems none the wiser about it. And you doubted me when I said you were adorable? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. He's in a whole different world. The sensation is not at all unpleasant, if one doesn't mind his sweaty palm. In fact, having such a larger hand holding yours feels like being a child once more. Again, you try to open your hand, and this time he complies. But you don't disengage. With such a youthful spirit taking over your mind, an idea springs forth. Before your hands separate, you pull him back to entwine your fingers once more, with your thumbs pointing up this time. Have you ever played thumb wrestling? Is that a thing people used to do? Wait, huh? Thumb wrestling? Yeah, it's a game kids play nowadays. By nowadays, I mean that's what I played when I was in school. It's not a new thing by any stretch of the imagination. We hold hands like this. And now we're gay. You demonstrate by trying to pin his thumb down, although it is an unfair match from the get-go. His hand is like a Goliath to your David. Then, we try and pin each other's thumb, just like wrestling. I see. Except he doesn't. The first round the two of you play is defined by his passivity and lack of quick reflexes. During the second one, he fares better. He puts up more of a fight, but when it comes down to a contest of strength, he lets you win without much opposition. He is getting focused on the task, however. His breathing returns to regularity, and his eyes regain some sharpness. Are you going easy on me? Come on, put up some resistance. Okay. How about this? This time, Goliath crushes the competition. Asterian's thumb crashes on top of yours and overpowers you. There. Like that? Yeah. Now, how about a best out of 3? His hand may be bigger than yours and covered in fur, and his nails may be dark like coal, but while indulging in such childish playtime, it's easy to let the world melt away from you. Or around you. What games did Asterion play when he was a kid? Thumb wrestling may have not been one of them, but it awakens something in him nonetheless. He laughs, giggles, and flicks his ears and thrashes his tail around. It is hard to say for sure, but even his cheeks seem a little flushed now. These intervals of childish wonder cannot last long, however. The living room is still a mess. After your playtime, Asterion won, of course, the two of you tidy up the place, carrying still the soreness in your cheeks that comes with when one laughs too much. At times he offers you an unashamed glance, with no attempt of hiding it. Aww. Oh, he's adorable. Oh, he's gonna be in such contention next year. I don't know how I'm gonna figure out the categories for, like, the best boy bracket next year, because I want to make it more category based or whatnot, but I'm not sure if it'll be too big or not enough people will be interested in every category. I have some qualms with that, so, you know, I'll have to figure it out. Anyway, would Master believe me if I said you reminded me of an old friend? Really? What was he like? Perhaps that is a matter for another time. We do have our duties to attend to, do we not? And I have a mess to clean up as well. You take a good look at the floor. I am afraid you are right. In fact, we have a special mission for today, one of exceptional importance. Is that so? Now, what does my wise lord have in mind? Well, do you remember our conversation last night about the internet? That's what we need to do. Connect this lonesome place to the outside world. Nowadays, all guests expect to have an internet connection whenever they stop by a hotel. We need to keep up with modern times. Ah, yes, I remember now. You wish then for me to take you to that place I told you about? Very well. Is the master ready? May we proceed? Yes.
Let's go!
Asterion walks to the door, leading back to the stairway, but stops. You hear the faintest sound. Is he humming?
Oh no! Everything's flickering! Ah!
Then the door clicks, and what you see outside is nothing like the inviting light from the stairway. A tunnel stretches ahead of you, sloping down. Its walls are raw.
Bloody raw!
Bare stone. Asterion walks in as if there was nothing out of the ordinary in what just happened. He gives you only a brief glance, inviting you to follow. As soon as you cross the doorway, the very air around you changes. A bitter dampness hits you like a truck. It pries your mouth open and burns its way into your lungs. The entire hotel so far had air so dry it could make your nose bleed. But this place is already covering your skin in a sheet of sweat and grime. Just being here makes you feel dirty. But Asterion keeps going, and you follow along a few feet behind. The light from the doorway behind you grows dimmer, and the farther you go, the louder are the Minotaur's hoofsteps. Hoofsteps. The two of you travel a labyrinth set of twists and turns. With each shift, the walls change further into polished rock. The air worsens to such an extent that you have to make an effort not to cough. Regardless, your tongue is covered by a bitter oil that you can neither swallow nor spit out. The harsh sound of Asterion's hooves against stone, echoing all the way down the corridor, is both an invitation to proceed and an unnatural sound pushing you out of this place. Sorry, I just had an idea for my VN, and I had to get it down before I forget! I could have used a pen and paper, but we have technology. This is the tech room, damn it. No, it's misspelling all my words. No, come on. Alright. Sorry, this is gonna take me a few seconds. Creative juices are coming through me right now! Plus, I was really struggling to write this upcoming scene, and I need all the help I can get. Okay, sorry, that was very important. I had a very vivid vision. The visions that came to me. I was told to write about VNs. Anyway, where were we? Yes, just take your time, as I know what it's like to be a writer. Yes, I can totally feel you there, Shining Chaos. It's like a great idea comes in the middle of the night. It's like that with like mathematicians too. Like that's how I felt doing math problems sometimes for school. I'd be like 2 in the morning or whatever, or midnight, be like, I know the answer, and then just freaking like run it out and just get it done. It's crazy. Anyway, the harsh sounds of the harsh sound of Asterion's hooves against stone, echoing all the way down the corridor, is both an invitation to proceed and an unnatural sound pushing you out of this place. That is, until the Minotaur steps on something brittle. You drag your feet along the floor and can feel the texture of the stone change. Its former smoothness has given way to a rougher, harsher surface that scrapes against your soles. I just see the 2 feathers in the corner. They look like eyes to me. 2 big eyes in the corner. Oh, and there's just a bunch of random crystals everywhere. Not a big deal. The claustrophobic corridors give you a... The claustrophobic corridors give way to a large chamber. It is darker than any room you have seen in the hotel thus far, save perhaps for the cold room. but light from some source that you can't quite determine still allows you to examine the chamber in full detail. The polished stone floor and walls, even outside the doorway leading to the previous covert. Oh boy, I am having a fun time tonight! The polished stone wolf. The polished stone floor and walls, even outside the doorway leading to the previous corridors, are covered with a thin layer of purple dust. The layers get thicker and thicker as your eyes follow them to the center of the room, where a large wall of crystalline rock in that same dark color cuts the room in half. To the right and the left, there are two large wooden tables on which a number of people could have worked together. Their legs are also covered in purple dust and seem to be stuck to the floor by growths of crystal. Books, sketches, documents, and schematics are strewn across the tables, and an old vase holding writing quills fashioned out of peacock feathers sits among the mess. Stone columns along the wall support the shadowed ceiling. They, too, are covered in dust, but the red and black paint that lies underneath is bright and fresh. The middle portion of the room's floor is peculiar. It seems to have been a shallow pool once, a foot deeper than the floor around it. But now it is dried and covered by thick outgrowths of purple rock. At the very center of the chamber is a wide basin consumed by the same rock. This is it. We call this place the bedrock. This stone you see is a form of obsidian. God damn it, it's a Minecraft reference. This place is as old as the labyrinth. It has always existed. You rub your hands on the crystal wall. The stone is brittle, and with a flick of your finger, you break off a shard. Just rubbing it between your fingertips turns it into a coarse powder that sucks up the air's humidity. As you proceed to examine it, you feel that the stain it leaves on your hand is irregular. There are oily black spots and watery red blotches. My lord, it's dirty, covered in centuries-old dust and grime. For your own good, I would advise against touching the obsidian. Oh, good thinking. You rub your hand on your shirt. No, not my perfectly made, custom-made, one-of-a-kind t-shirt. I'll just rub it on the table. Thank you. I would rather not see the master coming in contact with the impure substances. I would further recommend you change clothes once we return. The Minotaur takes a step towards you, standing between you and the wall of dark crystals. May we proceed? The basin at the center of the room. That's what we used for the radio. This is the equipment that broadcasts radio signals? It also broadcasts 5G, which... Nope, I'm not gonna say it. I don't want to get demonetized. You know what I'm thinking, though. I suppose that is a way to put it. A more appropriate description is that the realm's link to the outside world. You take a look into the basin. It is hard to know for sure. Since it is covered in dark stone, but it is almost as if there is no bottom to it.
This room is the closest place to the outside world, if we can say that. It operates by different rules. Millennia ago, it was a shrine to the god Hermes, patron of trade and messengers. There are other such locations in this realm dedicated to specific gods. The masters for a long time used it as a dock to send and receive goods from the outside world. Then it became a post room where the hotel was established. If you can offer adequate instructions, it will find a way to transport goods back and forth. It could receive radio signals from the outside after we instructed it on how they work. If you can describe how the internet works, then it can be done.
Well, the internet, I have a Wi-Fi modem there in the corner, and if we just plug that bad boy in there, then we can get the internet to work. Bam, internet solved.
That will connect the realm to the whatever the internet is. Then, if it's anything like radio, it can retransmit signals to your equipments.
And how can we teach it to do that? What is the procedure?
A contract. Yes, everything in this realm works by means of contracts, mainly those signed by the master. Your will, save for a few exceptions, is sovereign. In a single contract, we can describe how the internet works, and then command the hotel through the basin to connect to it.
Hey, that's kind of like programming a computer. Me tries to type it into the crystal. 100 airs. Great.
Pardon?
It's how computers work. That's what I mean. They follow your instructions. Nothing more. It followed my instructions. If you give a computer bad instructions, they won't work. You need to be very precise. Tell it step by step, in its own language, what it needs to do. I felt this on a whole new personal level. I'm in this post, and I don't like it.
Yes, I suppose your comparison is adequate. That indeed is how the hotel works. Which reminds me, I have yet to offer you the instruction on how to summon objects, don't I?
Yes. I've been here for a few days already, and yep, I'd really like it if you could help with that.
I am frightfully sorry for my negligence, my lord. Had it not been for the exceptional circumstances under which we met, I would have taught you on your very first day as master.
Don't worry about that. Now, tell me, how does it work?
Very well. For starters, the labyrinth can generate most materials and substances found in nature. That includes animal and plant products. It can generate living beings as well, but for a number of reasons that function was disabled. It's a long story, but we can discuss it at another time. The labyrinth can generate complex structures and manufactured objects, if you can instruct it on how said thing can be built with raw materials.
Like Minecraft!
For clothing, we have quite the archive of instructions. You can trust the hotel to manufacture even complex garments without issue. It cannot, however, fabricate currency. Neither will it produce metals like gold or silver in large quantities.
and a few other substances which are used in commerce back when the realm was created. And if a large mass of goods produced by the labyrinth are exported to the outside world, it may become rebellious and refuse to obey orders for a while. Damn it, I can't start my damn clothing business with them. Ah, that was my whole reason I was here! The gods put these restrictions in place to stop mortals from using the labyrinth for profit. American corporations just be like, damn it! I see. But that's not an effective restriction, is it? I can imagine a number of ways that could be sidestepped if I wanted to profit. We can't make gold or silver, sure, but what about precious gems? Those are valuable enough that we can export a small amount for a high profit. Ah yes, good catch. That is what we used to do, in fact. We had a contract on the outside who would receive our gems, sell them without leaving a trace, and send over the currency. That way we could pay our employees, and we were not at all stingy, I might add. Interesting. So, this whole system is, shall we say, abusable? Yes, my lord, there is no doubt about that. After all, is that not what enabled us to build this establishment? The gods sentenced me to eternal damnation, but we found a way to make something good out of it. And we accomplished it by, shall we say, being quite creative and light-footed when interpreting the base rules they established. This is no different from how we managed to bring radio to the hotel. I doubt Hermes ever imagined the uses would come up with this for a shrine. It is fortunate that the gods were, shall we say, quite sloppy with how they worded the rules for this realm. Ah, there is one more thing. The labyrinth can muster materials, but as I said, needs the instructions on how to put them together. For things such as, I almost read it as boobs. For things such as boobs. For things such as books. It can copy books which already exist here, but it cannot summon a book it does not know. Damn it, I was gonna summon 50 Shades of Grey. With that said, may I teach my lord how the summoning is done? Yes, I'm ready. Let's do it. Ooh, we're gonna do some technical stuff. This is gonna be so much fun. It is a simple affair. Perhaps you shall find it silly, but believe me, for this task you need only hum this song in particular. The Minotaur begins humming a slow and drawn-out melody. Asterian's humming at time quivers, lingers, stretches itself. The song itself is easy, simple, easy to learn, and quite unlike what you'd hear from modern musicians. This isn't my type of music! Although he does not sing any lyrics, it would seem he is thinking of them and humming in unison. After repeating the song 2 more times, he stops. We need to call out to the labyrinth. Inform them we are making a demand. We required an unequivocal gesture. Over the centuries, the masters have employed a number of actions for this, such as snapping their fingers or tapping their feet. But my lord can imagine how problematic it was when they would unwittingly give commands to the hotel. Make me a sandwich! So, for a few centuries now, we have adopted this song as a gesture.
Master need only hum it. With time, you'll even be able to do it without anyone noticing.
Accidentally hums the song to himself when he's thinking of a catchy tune. God damn it, I commanded the hotel to give me nudes.
If I am around, I can hum it for you as well. That works just the same. I hummed in your stead when you tried summoning clothes for me. And now, state what it is you desire.
You repeat the song Asterion just hummed, and you think of something simple you can summon to test the labyrinth's abilities. Perhaps a small gift for the Minotaur. A neckerchief or a wristband. I want to go with a wristband. Is anybody else going to hate me for that? I feel like the wristband's going to be nice. It's going to be fun. I feel like this is not going to matter, but honestly, a wristband sounds cool. I think a nice leather. Oh no, maybe not leather. For obvious reasons. But yeah, some sort of like kind of, what is it, threaded, like cloth based wristband would be pretty nice. Or something more rubber like this. I don't know. Something like that would be nice for Asterion. One person for a neckerchief. One says is up to you. I bet this won't really affect anything. Anyway, I'm going to choose wristband. You picture a small wristband. If the labyrinth can summon kitchen equipment or modern articles of clothing, something simple like some beads and strings shouldn't be difficult to make. You close your eyes and hum. Ah, shit, I can't see the lines! You close your eyes and hum the same tune Asterion did earlier. I did it! You feel the familiar shifting of the lights in the room, but this time, the tiled floor vibrates under your feet as well. The dark rocks around you crackle, like charcoal clacking together as it's poured on a bonfire. Then, you jolt at the sensation of the rocks shattering and pouring over you. But, when you open your eyes, the wall is intact and unchanged. Perhaps because you're so deep in the heart of the labyrinth, within its lowest layer. And there it is. It's not a complex design at all, just some black wooden beads and metallic rings with a string running through them. Asterion looks at what you made and smiles.
Not bad for your first try.
You look back at the Minotaur and take his hand. It goes limp in your touch. You feel his entire body relax as you tie the wristband for him.
Thank you, Master.
Does it suit me? Yes. It looks great. Oh, it's so cute! I love it. It's perfect. It looks great. Alright, enough messing around. Give me Wi-Fi code, please! How about we get started on the internet thing? Where do we even start? Asterion excuses himself to go back to the tangled hallways, and returns a few minutes later with a folder full of schematics. He lays them over two tables. Or the two tables, I'm sorry. Even with your experience, it takes you a minute to make sense of them. Seems like they're about receiving and broadcasting radio signals. Even if you can't pick up the details, it does seem to follow a sort of modular design. Every part of the process is compartmentalized with plenty of documentation lying around. It wouldn't be a stretch to say that, perhaps, Some of this structure can be repurposed to bring internet into the hotel. For the next hour, you and Asterion try to crack the puzzle. He explains to you how a team decades ago made these schematics to translate a radio's functioning into the hotel's bedrock. And you, in turn, try to explain to the best of your abilities how the internet works. There's a big satellite in the sky, man, and you gotta shoot them signals up to that big satellite in the sky. And then the signals come bouncing back to you, and they bounce off into your tablet, your phone, your computer, your Bluetooth signal, I don't know. Bam, you got internet. And you, in turn, try to explain to the best of your abilities how the internet works. It becomes apparent that, no matter your previous expertise, there's so much about the nitty-gritty of the internet's workings that you cannot describe from memory. I would not be able to describe the internet to save my life. When I thought about tech, I was thinking about my data science stuff, not the lower level stuff like this. This will take quite a bit of research. Hold on, I need to look this up on the internet. Shit. And if it's just you and Asterion, it will take days or weeks to accomplish it. Your concentration is broken when you hear the shudder of rock moving against itself just behind you. You turn around, but nothing's changed. It's still the same dark, humid room. Is something the matter? I could have sworn I heard something move behind me. It's Greta, isn't it? I'm afraid I heard nothing, my lord. Perhaps you are just getting tired. That may be the case. Would you mind if we took a little break? Yes. About that. Would Master be willing to hear out an impertinent suggestion from this servant? Before you have a chance to respond, he lets out a giggle. I'm just pulling your leg. I assume you're about to tell me not to call myself a servant in that matter. I can be witty too, my almighty lord. Now, getting to the point. You see, it is somewhat late in the morning, and new guests might arrive soon. If the both of us stay here to work on this task, then who will greet them in the lobby? The process of drafting the contract requires a great deal of specific knowledge, so I should stay here to do it. Could we perhaps recruit Kota to assist me while you man the reception? But wouldn't you want me to be doing the internet stuff, and Kota is the one that could man the reception because Kota has receptionist experience? Whatever. That sounds reasonable. I'm not sure he knows a lot about the internet, but he might be able to give you a hand to a certain extent. You can now assign guests to the research and development team. Oh. Oh shit. Watch team building tutorial? Special rules for tech. Oh, let's watch the tutorial. Ooh, tutorial time! At the start of every in-game day, you'll be given the chance to assign some of your guests to a team and perform tasks to improve the hotel. The R&D team will research technological projects to expand the hotel's capabilities, or work out new contracts that modify the rules of the hotel. Ooh, I like this! To assign a guest to the team in the guest management screen, click or tap the icon 1, and then select the appropriate option 2. Similarly, you can dismiss a guest already assigned to a team by clicking/tapping their icon in the team and selecting the dismiss option. Every guest has a set of stats, tech, and contracts. The higher the stat is, the more guests can contribute towards completing a project of each type. Oh, that's so cool. Every session, your team's stat total will be spent working towards a reward, such as completing a tech project or crafting a contract. Every reward has a stat requirement that must be met for you to obtain it. Ooh, this is so interesting! If your team can't reach that total, don't worry. Your progress towards obtaining a reward will carry on to future sessions. So, I'm assuming our team can develop our stat total and it'll build up. Okay. Okay, special rules for tech. If we are going to be developing technological projects, I'm sure I can help out with that. Your tech expertise adds an extra 2 points to, or 2 passive points to tech. Your tech expertise adds an extra 2 passive points to tech. Yes! Watch team building tutorial. Okay, let me see, it's the same thing, blah, blah, blah. Let me just see how it looks again. Luke has this, but the R&D team is gonna have maybe a total of contract and tech. And apparently Luke has 2 tech. I guess that's more than our entire tech combined. Okay. Okay. Alright. Blah, blah, blah. Now we can skip the tutorial. I can't speak, sorry. If you can see this tutorial at any time from the help menu. This is the ledger. I don't know why I just clicked the ledger. Oh, but this is part of the ledger. Oh, cool. Where's the help menu? Okay, so now we got the teams. Files. Text. Oh shit, what did I just do? Oh god, what's happening? Click on the guest to learn more. No tech, all contract. Aw, a jingoistic, fun-loving griffin. 1 contract, tech 2. 2 contract, tech 1. A calm river spirit from Japan. Oh, this is so cool! Oh, there's the help menu. I am very easily distractible. Team sessions. Okay, but at the start of every day I can do that. Okay, cool. No, I can't click guest roots. God damn it! We're not there yet. Okay. Good night. 4 a.m. God damn, can't believe you stayed up this late. Oh shoot, it's 1 a.m. here. The time whenever I do a stream at 1 a.m. Whenever I stream at 1 a.m., I tend to have to scream for one of the lines. I don't know who makes these rules, but I guess I have to somehow. Anyway, you can see with my previous videos. So you can see the tutorial at any time from the help menu. Oh shit. Why is he orange? Why are you unavailable? Why? Do I want to be too... I want to do this. I'm going to balance out my stats by doing this. Send to the R&D team, Coda. Yes! 2 contract, 3 tech. Okay. I can't believe you can hover. Or kinda. It's, yeah. Rempe is weird, but honestly, Nanoff is amazing with this. Like, I need to, like, look up to Nanoff for some of my future advice or future, like, gooey stuff. Because I'm doing it all myself, and boy, is it hell to work out. Oh, come on. Where the heck is the description? Ugh. Oh, tech contract. Okay, that's what it was for. I was like, where the heck is this coming from? Okay, your tech background provides additional tech points. Yes. All right, anyway. Finish. Confirm selection. Can I put all of them on the same team? Let me see. Okay. If I put everybody on the team then, is there like a limit to how many people I can put on the team? Yeah, I don't know. Let me see if I can dismiss. Asterion, dismiss. Send to R&D. This is so cool! Like, oh my goodness. This is like, you have to know which row you're putting them in, if they're gonna be at the top of the stack, the bottom. Oh my god. This is so cool. Sorry, my computer programming brain is like ogling at this. All right, let's finish. I don't know if selecting all of them will be a problem. Jesus Christ. Hold on. Holy crap, what just happened? Anyway.
Very well, my lord. I shall realize your will post-haste. I shall summon Kota for his help.
Your guest stats can now be seen on the guest screen of the menu. You can also see your current team menu members on the team screen as well. You can also inspect these on the ledger at the top right corner of the screen. With that, you head out. Let me just double check the guest screen. Guest. Team. I guess, yeah, that's it for now. And these are my guests. They're all hot. They're all very hot. So with that, you head out. Just as you are leaving, you hear it again. The sound of the rock groaning against itself right behind you, beyond your grasp. Is that the internet? It is just about time for new guests to arrive. Back at the reception, you put on your best smile and wait. Customer service is the greatest job ever. Things are slower today. During the morning, only 3 new guests arrive. All singles and ready to mingle. As the day progresses, however, you do notice some commotion as people move about. I mean, 9 people was fine, but once we got to the double digits, oh boy! At lunchtime, you only find a few sandwiches sitting on the lounge's counter. A number of guests are missing. Greta, her boyfriend, and the South American men. As you are having your lunch, you see what could soon become a usual sight at the hotel. Luke coming into the restaurant, looking around for a moment, and, if there's no sight of Kota, heading straight to the counter to grab some food. Before he's made out of the room and back towards reception, Luke has already unwrapped one of the sandwiches and split it in half with his talons. He opens his beak wide, so much that it looks wrong, and swallows the portion whole.
Consume.
As much as you wish he and Kota would get along, you are somewhat happy to be spared the spectacle. You could see this becoming a somewhat sad routine. You prepared yourself for an uneventful afternoon, but when you return to the reception, something feels off. You hear a subtle noise from behind the counter. You walk towards it and peek behind, only to find... What the fuck? Excuse me, but who are you and what do you think you're doing?
Oh. Sorry. I was just, looking for a quiet place. My name is Ishmael.
And you chose to sit behind the reception counter?
Yes. It doesn't make sense, huh? It's more that I wanted to be by myself for a while.
Oh no, are they gonna have relationship problems? Oh no. And again, you chose to be by yourself behind the reception counter? Of all the places in the hotel, this is the location you choose?
Yes. Isn't that silly? Isn't it silly? Please understand.
Oh wait, did I say that? Yeah. Okay.
Please understand. Now I've been hitchhiking with my girlfriend for weeks now, and she doesn't stop talking. And today she got all excited about this thing she was helping with. That fat dragon convinced her to help her out with something. When I stumbled into her during lunch, she was all hyped up. You don't understand what she's like. She'll keep going on and on, even when I'm trying to sleep. Please let me hide. She'll never look here. Dude, I'm just watching some anime. I won't get in your way.
Does this mean the internet's working? The anime? How are you doing that? We don't have an internet connection here. And I doubt you're getting any reception.
Yeah. And it's been driving me crazy. I can't browse shit. But I planned ahead. I have over 180 gigabytes of anime on my phone. Enough to last the whole trip.
That is so sad. Jeez. Do you even like Greta?
I don't know. She talks so much I can't even think. I thought I'd have some peace and quiet on this trip, but I was wrong. It was a mistake. I thought having a girlfriend would be fun. My buddies from Polytech would stop mocking me. But having a relationship is hard. And she keeps asking me what I think, and I don't know. There was this one time she just asked if I wanted to have kids after she finishes her doctorate. And I just want to go home after my shift and chill, man.
Huh. Have you tried talking to her about this?
Whoa. But I don't want to talk. Can't you just be quiet? I worked so hard, and the Polytechnic was so difficult. So she should understand the time that I need alone.
What do you tell him? Oh, you poor thing. Sucks to be you. Get your shit together. I just want to tell him to get his goddamn shit together, but that's just too mean. I want to tell him you should talk to her more, like, you know. I think that's kind of what the get your shit together choice will be, but it's like, you have to tell her that you're tired of it and that you need a break. That's part of the communication of our relationship. Are you freaking kidding me? The most important choice of the entire game is coming. Get ready. Gee, thanks. This is gonna help. What do I choose? I want to tell him to get his goddamn shit together, but I don't know. I feel like if he is here longer, though, like, he will help us explain the internet. So maybe we could add him to the tech team? Thank you for telling me that. Le Duc Entrain? Is it Le Duc Entrain? I'm guessing. And then sweet dreams to Yellow, who left a bit earlier. No está Yellow. Help, I'm terrible at making decisions. I need the help of my chat. Fuck you. JK, it doesn't really matter. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. Be mean. You just want to see me fail, don't you? Okay, I'm gonna just tell it to him. You need to get your shit together. Get your shit together, dude. Being able to talk things out is an important adult skill. If it bothers you that much, then you have to do something about it. Talk with her. Or at least the very least, reflect a bit about your role in all of this. I just don't want to think about that stuff right now. I'm on my vacation after all. God, I could use a distraction. It will make things clear for me. Well, I'll let you do your thing then. Hey, do you have a moment to just have a chat? Huh? I thought you wanted peace and quiet. Well, what I've been praying for is Greta going quiet for a minute or two. If it's another human being, it's okay. I haven't talked with anyone else for over a week. I guess? What do you want to chat about? I don't know. Just stuff, I guess. Got any favorite anime? I mean... Oh man. Do I now? Man, it's been a while since I've watched anime. B&A slapped, by the way. I like that. My favorite anime is still Cory in the House. About that. What's your favorite anime? The shonen one with the tournament arc. I don't care much for anime. Anime is a sick abomination to the planet! Oh, that is cruel. Oh, man. Do I have to do it to him? Nah, I can't. I mean, I don't care that much for anime, but... I mean, I'm still cool with it. The chat's not helping me at all. I guess I'll say I don't... Actually, screw it. I'm just gonna save again. There are so many choices here. Holy crap. Chapter 10 is just gonna be booting up every single save option. Yes, it will decide the fate of the universe. Thank you very much, Leda. Sorry, anime is not my thing. Oh, you sure? Again, I've got a ton of animes right here, and the shows here are about cute girls. If you like comedy, I got this one about this high school girl. Okay, there's always the Sister Cafe. Let me tell you, Japanese has a deep understanding of culture like it's nothing. No. Thank you. I'll pass. Ishmael looks disappointed. No, I get you. It's not for everyone. Don't worry about it. Ishmael puts his headphones back on and goes back behind this counter.
Just don't tell Greta I'm here, alright?
You shrug and move on. After that brief episode, the afternoon is uneventful. A handful more guests check in. At 7 p.m., you make your way to the lounge for dinner. Guests have already arrived and settled in to wait for their meals. Oh, Greta. Asteria and the German lady are talking as they sit together at a table near the back. Before you can make your way back over to them, Kota approaches you. The dragon fidgets with his fingers, readjusts his hair, then grumbles under his breath before speaking.
Good evening, Mr. Dirk. I'm pleased to see you again. It has been quite a difficult day, to say the least. Please do not get me wrong. I am more than happy to help with the hotel as much as I can, but I must admit, technology is not my strong suit.
Aww.
In truth, there have been moments throughout the years where I've been hesitant to get with the times. It got worse after the Second World War, since it's been an endless barrage of advancements. I'm not so young anymore. I can't keep up with this kind of pace. But I've made peace with the fact I should at least try to stay up with the current trends. So, considering that I have a hard time operating a smartphone, I'm afraid I was unable to help you very much with the task at hand. As such, Esther and I were unable to make any progress ourselves.
Aw. Wait, how much tech do we have? Because I thought Kota had 2. Oh shit. Le shit. Where is it? Where the heck's the team menu? Oh, ledger. Can I open up the ledger, please? Let me open up the ledger, goddammit! I don't get it. Why can't I? Ah, that ledger. Okay. Kota is the... Okay, but... Wait a minute. I thought Kota had tech. I guess he only had 1 tech? Meh. I don't know, man. Guess we'll have to add Luke on there sometime.
As such, Esther and I were unable to make any progress ourselves. However, please excuse me for tooting my own horn for the second. I had an idea that ended up helping more than I ever could. You see, I had a most... let us say, interesting conversation with Miss Greta yesterday while I was helping her significant other act like an adult. As it turns out, she's an engineer, and when I invited her to inspect the basin, she was more than eager to help. Esther and I were both very impressed with her contributions. I do believe we are a little closer to unraveling this problem. She went through the trouble of explaining everything. Oh, at a very quick pace, might I add. Which got on my nerves after a while.
Oh, Greta. Her intimidating aura just never fails to amuse me.
But I do feel like I managed to get a grasp of it. Somewhat.
Yay! Kota's tech went up by 1!
And speaking of getting on my nerves, I don't know what it is, but there was something off about that room in which we had to cram ourselves. Everything about it felt wrong. I suppose Mr. Asterion is used to it, and Miss Greta seemed too involved with the project to mind. But something about that room left me on edge. It goes so far as giving me heartburn. And between that and Miss Greta's enthusiasm, I'm afraid to say that I had a very stressful afternoon. So, I am sure when you understand when I say that I yearn for some peace and quiet right now. I will be heading to the kitchen. There's something very soothing about preparing ramen. I do expect you to be here on time. You will not want to miss it. Asterion and Greta are right over there if you need them.
Oh, Greta. Just something about her. I feel like she would be the person who would post that she would destroy ISIS. Like, she would legit be the one who would post that, and she would actually do it. Like, I am terrified of her. Like, look at her. She's gonna just destroy things. There's such a threatening aura to her. Anyway, you head towards Asterion and Greta. Oh, is Lyde going? Before we continue, now the cat's moved, I could say I'm off now. Have a good night/day. Yes, good night, Lyde. Whatever you said in Welsh, knows that? I'm not sure what it means, but yeah, whatever that is. Have a good night. Anyway, let's move on. You head towards Asterion and Greta. Absolutely fantastic! What have you heard what you have here could revolutionize? Well, everything. You could just make a matter out of thin air. This breaks thermodynamics as we know it. We could solve the energy crisis and scarcity itself forever. This place could change the future of the planet. Where were you in this hotel all this time? Why has no one ever put this place to good use? Miss Greta, please contain yourself. The hotel remained abandoned for decades. There was nothing I could do. Still, my family has pushed towards this for quite a while now, to put this realm to good use. But the previous owners didn't think to put in the effort. At most, they would approve a handful of book shipments every year. That is just absurd! Just imagine how we could solve the scarcity of resources! Well, there was good reason not to interfere often with the outside world. This has been the hotel's protocol for centuries now. A while before World War II, there was an incident. Back then, the master was one Jean-Marie. He had a brother called Clement. Clement spent years lobbying to have this hotel supply raw materials to Germany, to Master Jean-Marie's chagrin. Materials such as textiles, iron ore, quicklime. Oh, that is not good. Works back in her own country. Oh, shit. Oh, scheiße. Yes. Yes. Can you imagine what sort of contraption Germany might have crafted with those materials? Well, I am glad we played our small but important role in avoiding that altogether. Yes. Oh, God. So you see, quite often masters were afraid of how the hotel's capacities could be misused. With reason. And it is not as simple as one would imagine. The realm cannot export much. It will stop generating new materials if too much mass leaves it. I see. So there's a good reason not to export. but it could still be used for research. What issue could there be with that? I suppose you are correct. The hotel has a housed number of artists and scientists over the centuries, but as I said, the masters didn't put much thought into it. It was just an occasional thing, or far too often, a master of nepotism to benefit the master's darlings. Greta's coming closer! Well, Dirk! Sorry I didn't see you. Come, sit with us. There's so much more to talk about. Ledoux. Is it Ledoux? I'm not sure. It's like... I'll just call you Antron. Antron's comment sums it up best. I'm Greta, destroyer of world. The sad thing is she looks like a family friend of mine. I don't know exactly who, but it's like she's like an amalgamation of a couple of people I know together, and it's like, and I just know them. Like I'm just seeing their personality mixed into her. I'm just like, but don't worry, those friends that I had, those family friends, they're endearing people. No hard feelings against them. But they definitely are the chattier type, like her. I'm Greta, the story of the world. Just got to tell you about the day's findings. We asked them to. Yes, he gave me a rough outline on what you accomplished. You helped quite a lot, didn't you? And here I thought this would be a vacation for you. I did help, but don't worry your pretty little head. Every second was worth it. Look at all this was incredible. Turk, allow me to speak frankly. You have much more than a gold mine here. Oh, if you want to get rich, yes, you can achieve it with this hotel. I am aware of that. This place has a lot of potential, that's for sure. I'll make it into a home for those who are lost. I feel like the first choice is what the intention of it is. I feel like if we do the second, it's like I want to also help maybe with science, but I feel like if I get too caught up with science, it's gonna be like, but at what cost? I don't know. Why must there be so many goddamn choices? Ah! A home is such a simple thing on paper. Food, bed, clothes, a ceiling, friends. But no matter how much humanity has advanced, we are still limited by resources and circumstances. Even today, children go without education, malnourished, and ill. And sometimes I like to think it's not because of the lack of resources in certain scenarios. Well, I mean, technically, but more so the misallocation of resources. Like, yes, we're still going to have limited resources, and it's going to be physically impossible to satisfy everybody constantly or permanently, but yes, we do. Yes, in the modern world, we misallocate things. Wow. Anyway, even in the most developed countries, people die from rare diseases that require prohibitively expensive medication. Insulin! The world is full of such inequities. With this hotel, we might be able to achieve an immense humanitarian project. Though you're thinking too small. Listen, the whole world would always have these problems. Every day a new poor, starved child is born, and it will never stop. The more you help, the more they'll ask for help. Meanwhile, if you use this place for research, you'll advance humanity itself. Well, I'm already brimming with ideas on how to exploit this place. We rely on gigantic submarine cables to communicate across continents when we could just relay it all over this hotel, for instance. There are so many substances for research which are prohibitively expensive to acquire, and here you can just generate whatever you want. Please, Dirk, you must think about the progress of mankind. Asterion has already convinced me that exporting goods may not be the wisest decision, yes. But research! Allow science to harness this power! Do not give in to stifling platitudes about power, Dirk! Humanity has carved its way out of primal, brutal nature with our wits alone! Vesterion told me that there are such things as gods, he did. The fools allow this realm to exist, and yet they not make use of it. Were it up to the gods, they would be still like stones and wild oxen. With this humanity that created art and, with the aid of science, allowed decent living standards. Please, you must not leave this realm unused. Look, guy. I know what you're thinking. You are telling yourself that I am German, correct?
Is this a stereotype?
My country did such terrible things. I keep that in mind. The concentration camps. Horrific atrocities are such a common sight across history. What Germany did. But look at what happened at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Think of Japan's Unit 731! Humanity is quite familiar with horror VR. But it does not mean we should stop trying to achieve goodness. Power does not necessarily corrupt, Dirk. And you have such power. Lots of it! Perhaps more than any single human in history ever had. Of refusing it to use it for good with refusing it to use it for good is not too fair from using it for outright evil. Oh, I may have gone overboard there. I am frightfully sorry. Asterion, I had the most pleasant and fascinating day of my life with you today. I cannot overstate the privilege of learning about a hotel. I am getting to return tomorrow to finish our task. Ah, you have given me such drive. So stimulating.
Oh. You think we can wrap up this internet thing tomorrow?
Well, you know the hotel works with contracts. I'd estimate there's 5 contracts we need to iron out, and 5 text schematics we need to finish to get internet up and running. And we're at 4 and 3 respectively right now.
Oh. Let me go to the ledger. That did not help at all. Let me go to the preferences. Where are they? Blah, 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 blah. Oath of servitude, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I don't know if there's any other contracts. Okay, whatever. Guess we can't see it for now. Well, that's perfectly doable.
It is! Well, if you'll excuse me, I believe my boyfriend have spent the entire day in our room, and that won't do. I will bring him out to socialize with the others. Have a wonderful night, both of you.
No. The absolute maddening energy of Greta is just palpable. Master, what did Miss Greta mean by What did Miss Greta mean by concentration camps? And what happened to Hiroshima and Nagasaki?
Oh, Asterion. How about we talk about all that another time? It's a complicated subject.
Sure. Whatever you want, master.
I hope dinner's ready soon. You and Asterion sit down, get comfortable, and have a short, pleasant conversation with some of the guests while you wait for your meal. Soon after, Kota emerges from the kitchen and begins serving ramen to the guests. You had a conversation with the dragon during the morning, and asked him to be a little more lenient with the guests' kitchen manners. Kota seems to have received the message, but he still makes strained faces when he's walking by some of the guests. Greta returns shortly after leaving, dragging Ishmael behind her. The pair sit close to the bar, making Kota's walks to and from the kitchen longer as he does his best to avoid them. After you inform Kota of Asterion's cutlery fiasco, he connected the dots that chopsticks won't do. Instead, he has prepared onigiri for the Minotaur to eat with his hands, a much appreciated respite from the oppression of silverware. Aw, how sweet. Oh my god, Kota in the background, like small Kota in the background is the most adorable goddamn thing ever. I will not stop saying that. Sorry, Greta's voice just... oh boy, she can be a lot. But midway through his meal, Asterion stops and sighs. Is something the matter?
Ah, it's just that Miss Greta is quite difficult, is she not? Today I slipped up and mentioned that I used to play the lyre. Since those words left my mouth, she did not stop asking to hear me play it. She got a few more people together to ask me to play a few songs before they depart. I couldn't get myself to tell them no. So, in 2 or so days, I'll perform a small concert for the guests.
Are you sure you're okay with it? You don't sound too enthusiastic.
I'll just have to get reacquainted with my lyre. It shouldn't be too hard. I played it for so long.
Is that the end of the chapter? Oh, I guess not. After your meal, the two of you climb After your meal, the two of you climb the grand staircase and return to the master's quarters. Along the way, you have a small discussion about the day's events. Asterion is rather unhappy about having to take people to the bedrock of the hotel, but acknowledges that it's a necessary evil to give everyone else a better experience. Kota's presence down there was very comforting, despite him not being much help with the task at hand. He also talks about Greta. You both agree that, despite being more than grateful for your help, she is a very intense person. Asterion mentions that she will be leaving in a couple of days to continue her journey, but that she still gives you plenty of time to complete your internet project. In turn, you tell him about your run-in with Ishmael in the afternoon, but that conversation needs to be constantly interrupted since Asterion has no idea what anime is. You decide you're better off for not touching the subject. You have plenty of time to explain to him later. The two of you reach the master's quarters, and after a bow, Asterion heads to his room. Exhausted after a long day, you do the same. Hopefully, tomorrow you will solve this internet issue once and for all. Had he been left in the cold room for long enough, would his body have frozen at his last shred of mind burned up? It had crossed his mind often. Was it possible to ever return? Or was it ever possible to turn into stone? For 80 years he had thought, what if the next master was Clement's son? Or perhaps a long-lost and forgotten bastard of Jean Marie's? What if he had the dark features of Joseph from 2,000 years ago? Or perhaps looked like that Athenian man yet further into the past? Would another Redeemer ever come? Asterion had built countless scenarios, crafted with an artisan's passion, made all the more vivid by the darkness and silence that surrounded him. But that's all behind him, even if his bedroom is more claustrophobic than the cold room. Tonight, the Minotaur lays on his bed, so small for his frame. The sheets covering him make a labyrinth of valleys and peaks, snaking and bunching around his body. In his sleep, he curls his fingers, shifting the cloth into a new spiral of snakes. Oh God, he's shirtless! He wakes up. Like a jolt of lightning, his mind is thrown back into existence and is conscious before he's even aware of it. What a night. It is as if he hadn't slept at all. No placid love-making with the bed and pillow. Existing here in this bed of snakes, eyes wide open, is discomfort of the most mundane variety. It is then that he says it out loud. Will I ever turn into stone? His mind, still in the reverie between dream and wakefulness, is assaulted by this momentous clarity. An idea pulls him out of bed. For 80 years, he had been kept apart from a certain friend, one which he had dreaded to see once more. But now, it's so clear, so simple. What had kept them apart for so long, when they were so close? Still, in darkness, the Minotaur gets up and opens his drawer. My old friend, the vibrator. Let's finish things up with that. I like it. This reminds me of Samuel from the smoke room. That's what I was thinking of. Anyway. And finish. Let's confirm. Once he is dressed, he looks behind the rest of his garments and finds his lyre. Old friend indeed. His hand meets its surface like a firm handshake. The strings hum as the Minotaur pulls the whole thing from its coffin. While you live, shine. Together they sneak out, two brothers giddy in their rebellion. The Minotaur doesn't dare raise his hooves for fear of waking up the master or any of the guests as he makes his way down. Except for the stairs, he skates his hooves over the marble, making a soft, whistling sound. From the skylight over the stairs, the moonlight rains down onto the Minotaur. Were there a witness to see his descent, a blue veil covering him and the instrument cradled on his chest, there'd be no doubt of his royal lineage. Oh, we're gonna go outside. He makes his way to the reception, then goes out. A dark sky greets him with only the shyest slash of dawn purple. The Minotaur sits on the stairs outside and, without ceremony, plucks the strings. Aww. Look at him. Look at him, he's so sweet. It's like two lovers being kept apart for so long. Their touch does not yield the desired reaction. It brings no moan of gratitude, nor spine-tingling shiver. But as the Minotaur tunes both his lyre and his own ears, the embers beneath all the ash and coal resurface. A single note strikes true and makes his heart hum. And unlike the UK's rendition of Embers, this would probably actually get points at the song contest. Hey! But that's just the first string. He continues with the timing. Do you think I'll ever turn into stone? His lyre lets out a hiccup, a note so sharp it hurts. I used to like the idea. I did. But this is no good. This is good, is it not? The gods left us no choice. We are here forever. But were this our everlasting destiny, I would choose to exist. Overnight, a sweet dampness settled on the asphalt below, and now it creeps up to the Minotaur and sends shivers down his spine. Back in Knossos, how many times had his bedroom door been left unlocked overnight, allowing him to rise before the break of dawn to witness the palace coming to life? How many times had he done the very same thing in this hotel? One ought not hold on too hard to these precious moments. The more one grasps time, the quicker it escapes. If Asterion had learned any lesson from his imprisonment, it was to let it all pass by and hold only a single grain of sand. Just enough to make a pearl out of it. An everlasting memory. Nothing more is necessary. Footsteps creep up from behind. The Minotaur does not look back, but his ear flicks in response.
Well, if it isn't Angus.
Aw. Greetings, Mr. Walker. Did you have a pleasant night?
Pleasant? I wouldn't say a night can ever be pleasant if there's no one in bed with me. But yeah, sure. It was some good sleep. The room is a bit dusty and it smells off, but damn, the bed is nice. That music, though, just gold. Pure gold.
Thank you kindly.
Although, I gotta admit I didn't take you for a harp player, kid. You look too rough for it, you know. Plus, harps are some really girly shit.
It's not a harp. It's a lyre.
Same shit, Angus.
Asterion resumes playing his lyre. Mr. Walker, could I perhaps make a request?
You don't have to be all proper with me, Angus. Just say what's on your mind.
My name is Asterion, and I ask that you address me as such.
What? You don't like having a pet name?
Oh god. Pet name? Why? I don't understand. Your treatment of me confuses me to no end, Mr. Walker. What do you mean by all this?
What? You don't get it? I think you're hot. Simple as that. I'd let you fuck me all night long. Just go right to town on my ass. I'm a tough guy, you know. I can take whatever you can dish out. So, no need to hold back. Oh, and let me tell you, I fully hope you are packing a log down there. Excuse me. You want me to... You? Yes! What's so weird about that? Jesus, by your reaction, I'd think you never met a gay man before. What, were you raised under a rock or something? Guy. Yeah, I like men. Both fucking men and getting fucked.
Oh, so he is a switch. I was like, he's giving me switch vibes.
I like men. Both fucking men and getting fucked. You know. Gay. Fuck, you really were raised under a rock. You're from Greece, right? What kind of life did you have there?
Oh boy. Tragic backstory time.
So, is this normal nowadays? Being gay, I mean? You really don't know, huh? Yeah, it sure as hell is normal. It's the best shit ever. Not everyone likes it, sure, but men are amazing. You can get all the sex you want. Being straight could never compare.
Fuck that straight shit. Reject heterosexuality. Embrace gay.
Now, being gay is normal. It's on TV. People talk about it on the streets. And there's so much gay porn.
I see.
Well, are you?
What?
Gay. Duh.
It does not matter what I am, Mr. Walker. I serve the hotel. That gives me all the satisfaction I could ever wish for.
Oh, so working is your kink, huh? Workaholic kind of guy. That's cool. Wanna know what my thing is?
Asterion plucks his strings and gives the sideways glance to the griffin.
So, is that a yes? Good. So, here's the thing that keeps me up. The stars.
I thought he was gonna get kinky. Oh my god, Luke has more of a personality to him? What?
But yeah, here's the thing that keeps me up. The stars. Look at the sky, Aang. I mean, Asterion. I've been all around. I know my constellations. I have a habit of stargazing, you see. And this night sky... Whew, it's nothing like I've ever seen. None of the stars or constellations I'm used to are there.
Oh my god, this is so cool! I love this update. Huh.
It's like we're on some other planet. What's up with that, if you don't mind me asking?
I also forgot, he's a griffin, so he's got the lion legs, but the eagle top. Interesting, man.
Perhaps, this land is indeed no ordinary place, as you may have already guessed.
But I am afraid I don't know what to tell you about the night sky. It's been quite a while since I was last outside, and so I cannot for the life of me recall the constellations.
I see. Well, do you know if anyone's mapped out this night sky?
It is possible, I suppose. We have had a number of guests over the years. A few were quite adventurous and enjoyed exploring the valley. Perhaps they mapped out the sky then. But I am fairly sure there are no official constellations. Now, does that task interest you, Mr. Walker?
Interest me? Kid, look. I have no idea what kind of weird magic is going on here. Maybe it's a terrible idea to stick around in this place. But damn it! Mapping a whole new sky? Or mapping out a whole new night sky? It's just gonna be like when I was a kid. But that'd take a long while, wouldn't it? I don't know if I'm staying here that long.
I see. Are there matters outside which require your assistance?
No, I guess not. I may look young, and I sure have a lot of spunk left in me. But I'm retired. Still, I have a home. Still, I have a home to go back to. A little cabin. So, yeah, don't know how long I'm staying.
I understand. There must be people waiting for you back home. You know, Luke, you are much more pleasant to speak to with when you aren't letting your base urges control you. Why do you act like that? Do you have to be so lascivious all the time?
Well, do I have to? Nah, I don't. But it's fun. You'd be surprised how often it gets me laid. Gets me a whole lot of fights too, but I can hold my own. There's a thrill to it, you know. Just let it all out. Make my wants known. Whatever happens, it's gonna be exciting. Besides, it's not like it matters anyway. People will just end up forgetting me regardless. So, might as well make an impression while I can. Even you. I'm sure you'll forgive me when I'm gone.
Aww. No, I remember you well. I'll remember you well, Mr. Walker. You'll be the man who introduced me to Gay.
Excuse me?
I won't forget you. I have a very good memory, and someone as remarkable as you is not easily left behind.
You're just saying that to get to me. It's nothing you can control, right? It's the charm.
The charm doesn't work here, remember? I don't know how they work, so you will have to pardon me, but here they are of no use. Perhaps that is something you should keep in mind. Whatever you say and do here, it will not be washed away.
That's kinda hot.
Why are you like this? I may hold my tongue often, perhaps far too often. I have a duty and reputation to uphold after all. But here it is, just you and me. Why are you like this? Can't you speak to me properly? Surely you can, but you choose not to. Perhaps you're so used to being forgotten You just have no idea how to address others properly anymore. Or perhaps you just don't care about what others feel.
Hey, I do care, okay? God, just a fucking dumbass. But you better believe I care. I'd give all clothes off my back for a stranger in need. Yeah, sure, this whole being forgotten thing messes me up. But I am useless. I'm not a piece of shit.
Do you wish to be remembered?
Yeah. Of course I fucking do.
Then you are welcome to stay here. There is much work to be done, and we are always in need of more hands. Hey, I thought we were gonna go an entire stream without having to do Smarties. First one of the night. Holy crap. Last time I did this, I had 60 Smarties, but that was for a different stream, or for a different visual novel. Here we go. 3 down. Wow, actually tastes good after not having them for a while.
But fuck. That dragon guy's an asshole.
Is he? He seemed terse, true, but that's a very rude way to put it, Mr. Walker. But tell me, does it matter? Assuming Mr. Coda is indeed unpleasant, are you saying you are any more enjoyable? Does he have to be, shall we say, pleasant? Is it not enough to be good and kind, even if flawed?
Damn, Asterion. You got some bite to you. I took you for some country bumpkin or something. Like I used to be. I'll think about it. That's all I'll say.
Uh-huh. There is yet another thing. Would the people in this hotel ever forget the man who mapped the night sky? Aww, this is so sweet. Chapter 11. Okay, so we are ending at 4 hours and 35 minutes. I don't think I'm gonna go much longer than that. My voice be getting tired, I'm getting tired, we all just feeling tired. And I burped, excuse me. Let's go back to the title menu. Alright, so I'm scrolling through all these different windows. So yes, this concludes this episode of Minotaur Hotel. We still have more to catch up on. Yeah, starting with chapter 8. So yeah, hopefully we'll have some time to catch up with this maybe in the coming weeks, maybe even months. But yeah, I'm loving this novel. It's just a solid novel all around, and so much great stuff to it, and really feels like there's gonna be a lot of advanced depth to it. So yeah. End of reading. There we go. So yes, this concludes our episode for tonight. I wonder how many more chapters there are. I'm just gonna quickly check. That's the wrong thing to open. Man, seriously, long night. Oh my gosh, 2:13 in the morning? Jeez, I've been... Okay. So, I wonder which build we're on even. I may have to just open them at some point. Okay, so we're at least on build 3 because the intervene and stay out of it choice is there. I do this usually to help me figure out how long a streak, to figure out if I want to keep going. We got a lot of chapters. Oh my goodness, I think I broke it. I think I broke the program, but yeah, chapter 10 is in build 3, so I think we still got one full build to go. So, gosh darn, we got a lot going. Okay, chapter 11 is also in this build. I'm just gonna scroll down, screw it, just without even blah blah blah. Actually, no, I should just find the last one. There's only like 5 letters that say chapter. Oh crap. Anyway. I think there's like 15 chapters. Like, if anybody knows, could you let me know how many chapters there are in this story overall? At least as of like the latest build, or build 4.1. Okay, so there's also a chapter 12 in build 3, so it definitely seems like we're gonna have a long ways to go. I was just wondering how many things were done in build 3. Okay, so 9 through 12. Alright, that's pretty chill. I just used the find button to be like, oh, where's the letter? Where's the word chapter found? Just so I don't like spoil myself and look at other stuff by accident. Yeah, so we are at least halfway through the build 3 stuff. Okay, so Shining Chaos is asking me about... Oh, thank you, Google Krishna. I'm gonna address Google Krishna's thing first. Thank you for complimenting me on that was fun, great read. But yeah, so what's the quickly ask of... I can't speak. What's this favor you're requesting? I don't have to do it, I'm just wondering. Oh, okay. I mean, you could, if you have Discord, you could message me there, possibly. Like, I prefer to use that than, like, email. I don't really check my email much. So, yeah, you can always join my Discord there, and then, you know, maybe find a way to DM me, or just, like, let me know through the server or whatnot, like, I don't know, at me, knowing it's you. Okay. But, I mean, I typically don't really have the time to do script revisions because I'm trying to work with my own stuff, but I'll consider it. That sounds nice. Oh, don't use it. Yeah, I mean, I don't use email, so it's a bit of a conflict there. Anyway, I still want to thank you and everybody else here for coming tonight and watching and just supporting this channel. Thank you, Perpy, for the $10 donation again, even though the super chat sound is being all clippy and messed up whenever I've done it as of late. Maybe because it's a lot of hardware running at the same time. But let's take that down and that down. I'm gonna thank my patrons. These are the people that help me with affording various things such as additional art and work for my VN, various equipment such as my headphones. Maybe I'll think of more stuff in the future, maybe better lighting or a mic stand. Those are some things I have in mind. Maybe even like a webcam I could attach on top of here so I can maybe have a higher quality camera. Those are some things I have for wishful thinking in the future that I'll have to save for, but for now I am just in the phase of trying to save enough money for art for my VN because we're trying to get some CGs in there already. I'll just say that. But anyway, these are the people that helped me support that, and I really appreciate all that y'all have done for me, and just continue with your support for me. So, not sure if I'm saying that right, but yeah, I just really appreciate what you have done. So, with that out of the way, let me start with the fellow dorks. $3 and above tier. From this tier and above, you have access to exclusive NSFW readings, Ocean Avenue updates, 7 days before the public release, that is, and other exclusive Patreon posts. So, the $3 and above tier, my fellow dorks are North Grizz, Andrew Corona, Norbert Dudzik, Taipei Roth, Magram Wolfram, Louis Nguyen, Ryan Atkins, Ryan Carlos, Neil, Crunchy Balls, Tagrin, Andrew Buenaventura, and Kiam Otter. Thank you so much, fellow dorks, for your support. Now we move on to our exclusive dorks, the $10 and above tier, the people that also have the additional perk of getting or being able to commission at least, well, it's only one, sorry, but yeah, they're able to commission one up to 1,000-word commission from me monthly if they choose so to do. So you can choose to do a voiceover commission from me, or well, you would commission me, but you know what I mean. I would voice over your thing of choice for up to 1,000 words, I think it is. But yes, that is a perk of the $10 and above tier, and that renews so you can do one per month. So I want to give a very, 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 very special thanks to my exclusive dorks, the $10 and above tier. Fire Knight 2008. Those are all my patrons. And you can choose, all the patrons that choose to have their names shown. You can choose to have your name hidden if you want, or not said or shown. Just let me know in like DMs there, so yeah. Anyway, that is all we have for tonight. This was a fun update. We got some good character development, and I'm looking forward to the next time I get the chance to play this. I'll have to finish off these Smarties, so there's that. Anyway, that is all for tonight. I need to go to bed. Thank you all so much for watching, and until